Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the, what day is it? It's the Thursday edition of the stream. Yes, Thursday. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia dev. I have been doing a little bit of prototyping of some animations over the break that we were working on earlier on in the stream to do with our lovely plunge ability. And I'm going to be working a little bit more on that today, just more like level environment things that I can make levels out of that utilize that ability. It was really fun to work on something presentation focused yesterday. So I also have, I remembered yesterday that I was talking about October 2022 and how I decided like the pivotal turn towards the ensign system from what I was doing before that. And I brought it up. I brought the video up just for like my own little personal interest. It might be something that we want to check out in a little bit. We'll see. I don't know if you're interested in it, but I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Lots of chatters in Twitch and even one on YouTube. Hey, Ashcon. Welcome. And I want to say also a big thank you to Kai10 for the most recent follow and Chardle for the most recent subscription. Welcome. Okay, so a little bit later on today, actually, let me just check my schedule. Do we have a team meeting? I guess we don't really have a team meeting anymore. We've got we have technically a sound effects review at 1, but I don't know if we'll have anything to review at the moment because we're not working on anything. Although I do have an update for you, Squiggy. I might wait to bundle it with a few other updates though, so that I don't just give you one thing at a time. It's the lightning ensign while in use sound effect, like the lightning ability sound effect. I think needs a bit of I want to rethink how we do that. At 2, we've got animation team review. Hopefully we get through that. And then at 4, we've got music review. So that's in 40 minutes and then in 2 hours and 40 minutes. I was pretty happy with how that turned out. So right now what I'm working on is I noticed, so last week I made a change to the hitbox system to essentially flash off and on hitboxes when starting a new animation, so that when an animation had just one hitbox and switched to a new animation. So if the last frame of one animation had a hitbox on it and the first frame of the next animation had one hitbox on it, the hitbox would get reused between the two, which was intentional, but the collision didn't get recalibrated. So you couldn't hit an enemy with the last hit of one animation and the first frame of a second animation. Now I have a system that lets me toggle it off and on so that it recaptures the trigger when the two boxes collide. You can't, if you have two boxes and they're not moving and they are collided, you can't make them collide again unless you turn one off and turn it back on. So that's what I have. But what that created was a problem where for animations like this that loop on one frame, they just hold the one frame while Armin is falling. As a surrogate for later on, there might be a 3-frame loop here or a 5-frame loop, whatever it is. For now, I'm just looping one frame. But what that's doing is toggling this on and off every frame, which means you can do multi-hits, which is cool to look at, but not very balanced in the game. So I need to make it so that if the frame that you're toggling onto is the same sheet and the same animation frame as the previous, then don't toggle it. that's what I have to do next. So we'll do that today, like straight up. Hey, Snorluxy, welcome. So what I wanted to share with you was this. I have a hard drive. I have a bunch of hard drives. In fact, I just started a new 4 terabyte hard drive for my stream backups. It's now the second 4 terabyte hard drive, and I have like 4 other 2 terabyte hard drives. So this is the 9th terabyte that I am now into. That's a lot of episodes. I mean, we're like way past 2,000, I think now, something like that. And this one in particular, the 19th of October, 2022, about a terabyte a year, yeah, something like that. So this episode here, which I think is the 14th, this one, I think this is the stream that I did in Melbourne. Welcome, everyone. No. Let's go back a little bit. Is this the Melbourne stream? Let me see what I can do. Yeah. So I had worked out a setup, bit of a preamble to this. Earlier that year, I worked out this pretty neat thing I could do when I was on the go, where I could have my desktop PC live running the stream, and then I could Skype in via my laptop and show the Skype call in the stream. So the idea is that like I'm just my remote device is sending just one set of video frames of like me, and maybe doing like a parsec thing back and forth. Or in the case of this video, I'm actually using Figma remotely. So all I'm really doing is sending just this little part to the stream, and then not a lot of data is being used, not a lot of power is being used. And then my home PC is like doing the recording, right? Doing everything else. So what this is me in a hotel room in Melbourne, Skyping in to my home PC. I had been stuck in Melbourne for a week because of COVID at the time. We had like a restriction for flying. You couldn't fly if you had COVID. So I caught it at PAX, and then I was stuck in this hotel room for a week. And this was me designing like some level ideas. In 2022, we were in chapter 2. We were designing level stuff, and there was it was like a broad question about how dungeons should go, and just like doing just level design chunks around dungeons and stuff. And then the next, like a few days later, and we had just done Ludum Dare that October. A few days later, I'm here and I'm designing like a level, an interactable level, like feature in chapter 2. That's what I was working on. And this is when I think the pivotal moment was. So I'm here and I'm designing this idea of like, what if I spike the sword upwards vertically to attack these, like, at the time they were just prototypes. They were just like books, right? So it's like, what if I like do like a ledge, like a ceiling hang, basically. Let me show you this little moment. Here, I think. It was pretty cool. Like, no, I wasn't, you could like hang on that and then jump that way. Or you could like hang there, jump across, pogo down, jump across. It was very Shovel Knight. I also had weapon changing on like a weapon wheel at the time. So you could do like a great sword or a dagger. The game was very different in 2022. But it's this video where I think I start losing faith in the approach that I had. And I start writing out this thing here, this enemy-driven platforming interactions. I want to know what takes me. What I'm really curious is, when did I start writing that? What was it that I was thinking that made me write that paragraph? Let's listen. Let's just say you've got an area where it's just this, right? it's just this, and there's an enemy that's standing here that has like that thing on its head. So like, but there are kind of two situations. One is, so we were talking about this a little while ago, where you know what, I'll write it out myself. So we could say enemy driven platforming interactions. That's kind of what we're describing here. I'm still here, by the way. I'm just watching this little thing because this was like it's a big moment for me in my memory, but I don't actually remember, like, I don't think I remember it accurately. So like emotionally, it's literally this moment where I'm going, nah, this isn't going to work. But it must have been more of like over a few days, I think, where I was realizing that the only way out of this little puzzle that I had created for myself was to backtrack quite a far way. So one is like, let's just say example. Yeah, I put it up, don't worry. I put the volume up. You should be able to hear it. If you really can't hear it, let me know. Player has learned. You destroy them. So, yeah, they're not enemies, right? I mean, because the thing is, the player, what's different about this in my game is that because Insignia is a game where you are given a sword at the start of the game, you want to attack stuff. So I've presented this situation where it's like, oh, you want to attack stuff and platforming can be done by attacking. That's the framework that I've kind of created here. So yeah, Dropzilla, we're getting to that. So if the puzzle is, so can talk about where, yeah, that's actually interesting. I think I figured it out. The path was something like this. You have a sword in your hand. Why do you have a sword in your hand? Because you want to attack stuff. Like having the sword makes you want to attack things. And if I want puzzles and combat, the things that you attack need to take damage and also need to give you like platforming opportunities. Like the idea that I get here because I attack this guy had this like little twist in it where right now there was like no reason to attack enemies at this point. And all of the cool things that I could do in the game, and I'll skip ahead to where I talk about this. All of the really cool things you could do in the game were not puzzles if they involved enemies. This line here is really important. Thing, right? So you have to do it exactly the way that it wants you to. Is that it's very one-dimensional, right? So you have to do it exactly the way that it wants you to do it. But there's only really one thing you can do. So it doesn't involve a lot of creativity. Two, it's kind of what's the word? It's very fast. It happens very quickly. the interaction. So I'll jump in here again and speak on Adam's behalf here. What I was critical of here was the fact that like these like spider puzzles were not puzzles. Like you really just had to do the thing well. They were more like gauntlets than puzzles. And the way that I had set it up, there was no way to do it. There was only one path, and it was hard to, like a tightrope, you know, it's hard to walk the path, but the path is linear. And you can't do better by knowing more. Hey, Nicole, Lara, welcome. So that was something that I knew this was wrong because it didn't feel like how I wanted it to feel. And a lot of the game was like that at the time, very execution driven and not a matter of choice, and also not very like creatively interesting. Like as a player, you don't have to do creative things to do this. You just hit the attack button multiple times at the right time. It was more like, you know, rhythm than it was about puzzle solving. And I mean, there was a moment here. Look at old scene graph. No thumbnails. This section here is like the same zone. Reflects what I amount of stuff. It's so something that I'm working towards. There's a lot of stuff there that's like, kind of looks like what I have now. In fact, there was this really interesting point where I'm looking at directional attacks. Like I was at the time, you could see, I don't know if you could see it just then, but there was a thing with Armin like holding the sword out and like shuffling forward and back. That was me experimenting with directional attacks at the time, like a sword stance. Anyway, very interesting. But yeah, the point was that like what this did was it shifted, like in something like a Hollow Knight, not a Hollow Knight, Shovel Knight. In Shovel Knight, you have the pogo, you have the normal attack. Those are the tools, and the world is built around the tools. So like you can pogo dirt, you can pogo enemies. The number of things you can do is very limited. And the ways that the game tries to diversify that is by adding different things that you do it to. And I could see at this point that that's what I was building towards. Like, okay, you have this really, and actually when I look at it, like Armin's platforming abilities are very dynamic in these videos around this time. Can like be the jump height. If I scroll through it, perfect. I would put the ledges. Not this video. Let's go one more. Not this video. One more. Okay, pal. Not this video. One more. Some action. I think by this point I'm already kind of committed. We're already at the point where we've got ensign ideas coming up here. It might have been even earlier, actually. Let's go all the way back to here. This is the 13th. Playing Ludum Dare games, not then, because we were doing Ludum Dare. This is Rocker 2, which I made around that time. That's Rocker 2 as well. It must be this video where I'm running around as Armin and I'm realizing like, oh, maybe the next one. Like, it's really hard to... Nope. All right. Where is this video? Nope. Nope. It must be this video. Where... And it doesn't matter. Anyway, point is, I got to this point where I was thinking about what you can do in one screen. This was a pretty common... I've come up with this like, what's the word? This hypothetical or like this exercise a lot of times, but this notion of sorry, as I was scrubbing through the video just then, I was like feeling like the Russell Brand clip of him going through the Bible. Should everyone see that? He's like desperately flipping for like 2 minutes through a Bible to look for a specific verse. So if Armin is like this big, the question is like, can I put a puzzle on this screen? And the reason why that's important is to do with it's really the question, how much level can I put in one space? So, you know, if your jump is this high, you only have 1-2 floors that you can have in the level. If your jump is this high, well, at least now you can have 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4. So if you have like specific, platforms you're trying to get to or objects, the idea that you can go from here, up to here, maybe you use some ability across here, across there, you can fit a lot more game in a smaller space if the character is smaller or their sphere of influence is smaller in one screen. And at the time, this scribbles is Leonardo, but I use, for all the writing stuff, this is Figma. So yeah, I was kind of realizing that there wasn't much, when Armin could jump a lot further and run a lot faster, it felt good, but it didn't have the constraints to allow me to do interesting design. Anyway, just a thought. I guess there's no real, like, I could make a video about this in a more cohesive way and talk about it more clearly. But it was just interesting to me how when that realization happened and what it was that I was noticing wasn't going to work. Like as an intuition, I'm pretty, like if you look at this, look at how you could run so fast compared to how it is today. And I had like a Bloodborne backstep instead of a dash, and I had the energy bar still. So many different things in the game that I was like, that I had. That jump height's really high. There's this constant push and pull of like wanting the game to have like movement in it, like really cool movement options, while also trying to like force the player to earn those movement options through skilled play or through perseverance and upgrades. Very interesting. Like now it all makes sense and I can fit it all into my brain very clearly. But at the time, I was just sort of like swimming around in the dark trying to figure certain things out. Fun time. Anyway, we don't have to talk about it much. So, very proud of that time and those moments. I still have the documentation here of like what I was doing, and I think I could see that I was doing a lot of like object, like external level design. I don't know how to qualify or clarify this. This idea of like the diversity comes from the world versus the diversity comes from you as the player and your abilities. Hey, Debrisky. Yeah, I mean, kind of. If you look at a game, the way that you do it, you could do it in like a relative way. So you look at your favorite genres and look at the screen size of the characters in the games that they feature. I have a video on YouTube about canvas sizes that touches on this topic that's quite good. Hello. So there's a moment here where I'm talking about I have a bunch of characters stacked up side by side, and we're looking at their... What's going on in my internet speed? Who cares? I'll just get the actual... I'll get the document out and I'll show you myself. So if you look at Celeste, Madeline here is only like a 10% of the screen size. Whereas in a game like Blasphemous, or the games where the character has a sword, the characters tend to be almost double that in height. And if you look at like fighting games, like in say Street Fighter, it's even bigger than that. So like in Street Fighter 6, the characters are like, they're almost the whole screen, right? They're huge because all of the gameplay happens within the height of one character plus one jump height. That's like the whole thing. And even if you go back to like Street Fighter 3, which is pixel art, they're about half the screen. So what you have to, I guess, process is think about your mechanics and think about how much game lives, like how wide of a lens do you need to capture one chunk of gameplay. And I would say a chunk is something that you would fit in like a GIF. So like if you wanted to show someone your game, how far out do you have to zoom for someone to take a screenshot and instantly understand what kind of game it is, and almost to like be able to do a puzzle just by looking at it. So Celeste is actually an excellent example because nothing happens across two screens in Celeste. Every screenshot of the game shows you a whole puzzle. That's the whole screenshot, that's it. And you can almost play Celeste with your brain. Like you can look, okay, I start here, jump dash, jump dash, jump dash, whatever. Like you can kind of like feel it. That's about how far back the camera has to be for this game. And if like in a pixel art game, it can be hard to zoom out, but actually that was the solution that I came up with, was to have a flexible camera that allows you to zoom out in my game. And I zoomed out multiple times actually. So at first my game was 480 by 270, which meant the game was always like this big. This was the screen resolution of the game. So all the enemies, the player, everything was about this tall, which is like a fifth of the screen height, like 20 or like 20%, 25%. You can't really do platforming in this space. And then eventually I pulled out to this size where it's closer to 20%, 15%. And then now, like there are times in the game where it zooms out even further to 960 by 540, which is like closer to like 10% again. Like in this space here, now it's like Celeste, right? You can look at this screenshot and go, okay, I attack downwards at this thing here. I use this to go up here. I can run across there. You can start doing planning in this space. So each of these zoom levels are like pixel perfect. I just go to different multiples. So this one, every pixel of game pixel is like 2 screen pixels in 1080p. It's like 2 pixels, 3 pixels, and I think it's 4. So 1080p is like 4, 720p is 3. No, sorry. 720p is 4, 1080p is 3, and 960 by 540 is 2. I really screwed that up. Sorry. 270p, which is 480 by 270, if you blow that up, it's like 4 or 5 or 6x. 360p is 3x, and 540p is 2x. So every pixel in the game is 2 screen pixels when you zoom at 100%. So the feel of it is very dependent on what kind of gameplay you're trying to do, how much platforming, how much combat. I don't have like a hard answer. It's just a thing. And having a good camera helps a lot because there's always going to be waste. And it's really important to recognize that sometimes, like in this context, I have the bottom of the screen is like, 15, 20%, right? Just to have something. You don't want the player character standing at the very bottom. But like up here, you kind of need it to be more because you've got like empty space below. So like how as the player do I feel confident going down this hole if I can't see where the bottom is, right? Like I don't know how far that goes. Thankfully I can do this. But look at where the camera is right now. Armin's almost in the middle of the screen because we're traveling downwards. So like on my screen at least I can see the floor there. So now I feel okay with it. But before I had a really good camera, it wasn't even like possible to be confident about that at all. Like I never felt confident dropping down. Players couldn't feel confident dropping down to like a lower section of the level. So if you have a game that's dynamic, you need a dynamic camera. Otherwise, you might as well put the character in the center of the screen. How do you handle window resizing? For me, I just scale the game. It's always 16:9. The content is always the same on-screen size. I never allow for like a wider screen or a taller screen. If your screen is taller or wider, you get black bars. That's it. All right. So I wanted to show you some stuff. I wanted to show you what I did with the ability, the magic effect. Check this out. You ready? Ooh, baby. That's where I ended up with it. I think it's like pretty much there. It's hard for me to even imagine what else I would do with it other than maybe some more yellow streaks going through the purple later. But very happy. I did that in one day. That was me yesterday. Yeah. I think it's more about if you're talking about like the end. So I don't want it to go faster. Oh, Garnet Kane, you may be able to stretch the window, but it will do this. Like, I'll explain what I'm talking about here. Like, let's say this is your 1080p monitor, right? That's your screen. And this is the game. Okay, if I made a window like this of the game, the actual game will appear like this inside of that window. As you stretch the window up, the game will fit into a 16:9 size inside of the window. If I go all the way up to fill the screen, then it will fill the window. So the game content is always inside of a camera that's 16:9. No matter what you do. If you have like an iPad that's like this tall and you go, full screen with the window, the game will just be 16:9 inside of that space. Make sense? That means everybody sees the same thing. Yeah. I think we've still got space, like the end of this animation. There's space to still do like shockwaves and little things like that. Don't worry about that. We're just looking at the smoke for now. Okay. So I'm happy with it. My only concern with it is there's one little issue. And it was something that I noticed towards the end of yesterday. I hadn't really been thinking about it that explicitly. But the point of end signs is that they're not just trails, but they're also hang on. You shush. Like in this context, they also have to be able to follow like a sword swing. So I wonder if I made the clouds too big. That's the only thing. I'm about to take away the multi-hit. So this, being able to go like, hang on, let's try that again. He got me. That like hit. I'm trying to take that away. There will be 2 hits. But I don't think multi-hit is quite right. There's a specific thing I need to fix. Are those many of the same puffs repeated? They're actually 4 different puffs. I'll show you what they are. So it's, is it 3? Oh, hang on. No. I need to pull from yesterday. Ah. Whoops. That wasn't even the right, that wasn't even the good version. There's an even better version coming. Watch this. Let me close. I was wondering why it was a little, I mean, it's not, you might not even tell the difference, let's be honest. There are 4 puffs. Oops. That's what it looks like now. I think it's better now. I was mucking around with it a little bit so that the gradient lasts longer on screen now. So you can see the yellow into the purple. And I've got smaller ones that fit in between the big ones. So what it is it's, this is the first one I did. This is the second one. This is the third one, more of like a little wispy thing. And then this is the 4th one, which is just like a medium-sized one. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what I'm working with now. Hello? Unity? Hello? I don't know what that was. Yeah, you can see like there's a smaller one there, there's a big one, there's a big one, smaller one, big one. Yeah, well, each particle is a few particles. This is the like brain hacky thing about VFX that is like so frustrating to have to try to explain. Thanks, Ashcon. Yeah, you can't, it's very, very difficult to do cumulative particles in like pixel art, because if you want them to interact with each other, you need to do some sort of shader, and it actually doesn't look good. Like, it doesn't look good to try to mesh these into one big blob, because you end up having to flatten things down. So instead, what you do is, rather than draw one particle and then spawn it 5 times, you draw one 5 particle sized particle, and they interact with each other the way that you want them to interact. And then you spawn a few of these. And if they're far enough apart, the parts where it overlaps and looks bad, here and here, are not as much of a big deal as when you have, like, you know, all of these overlapping in ways that aren't nice. Like, this looks really bad. So you just make bigger clusters of particles that interact with each other the way that you want them to. You give the behavior at this level. Hey, Wyatta, thank you so much for the sub. And this is actually different depending on, like, the viscosity of the material. Like, fire, you can get away with lots of small bursts and just stacking them, because fire is quite, it's more granular of an effect. Like, the tongues of fire can be smaller and more, noisy. Whereas, like, plumes of smoke, you want to be able to see the plumes, and one plume is, like, bigger than one tongue of fire. So this is the stuff that I was having real trouble with, but I think I solved it. And thankfully, it's so much more lo-fi than what I was trying to solve it with before. Exactly, Squiggy. I was trying for a long time in 2023. I spent maybe 6 weeks doing VFX, just trying to, like, tweak particle systems to behave just the way I wanted them to. And I got pretty far. It was looking really good. The problem is, if you want to change it, like, it's a black box. You know, you tweak it for like 5 hours. You go, okay, it's good. And if it's not exactly what you want, you can't do anything with it. It's just stuck with this thing, because you tweak it 5% in some direction and it looks like a big mess. And the problem was, like, with the water stuff, the solution was so multifaceted that, like, it was a shader, and it was 3 different particle systems, and it was a render texture with another shader doing screen space stuff over the top of that. It was so many things. And unfortunately, like, I haven't been able to top that. Like, it's still, the water effect is still as good. It's not going to get more convincing than what it is right now, unfortunately. But I need to change it to look more aesthetically pleasing. Like, it can't stay the way that it is right now, because it doesn't look good. Like, it looks good as water, but it doesn't look good as, I don't know what else to describe it as. It doesn't look good in the art style. I'm not sure why sometimes this doesn't work. No, I don't think that affects it. Yeah. So like this looks pretty cool as water. And in fact, there's like an even better, the demo was even better than this. It looked really fluid. I want to say like sometime in 2023. I might even have the video here somewhere. Let's call it like May. Might not be the time when I was working on it. Nope, that's a game jam. No, I'm not gonna find it. I thought it was like middle of the year. Don't think it was October. This is Ludendare. Anyway, the water has looked very good, especially in like a particle effect. I think it's kind of fallen apart now. I don't think I've got anything left that works. Unless I can get these ones to work. I don't think I can. I'm Russell Branding. Yeah, that's it there. Why is it invisible? Yeah, see this? That's like what I had to build. And then I need this to go on like at the do not render layer. And then all of these were on a render texture thing called layer manager torrent water. And then there was this texture. And I don't know why that's not being passed to that render texture right now. That should be visible. Anyway, yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know why that happened. Insignia. Render pipeline. It might be that I've turned off the render feature. No, it's on. Main camera, pixel effects, torrent water quad. That's the quad, which has got this material, which is looking at this texture, which is looking at this texture, and this texture sees nothing. That's no good. Yeah, I'm really not sure why that's not working. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, hang on. There's more to this I have to do. I think I have to say render to FX layer. Water. Ah, this might have changed in the time since. Oh. Auto move. Oh. Something's happening. We got something. Such a shame. Anyway. Point is, it looked really good once. Don't want to drag you too far off your work, but do you have a go-to method for animating very fast-moving stuff without just cranking the frame rate? Yeah, smears or doubles. You know, it's like the Disney way to do it. If you have like a sword that's there and you want to make it look like it's swinging to here, you go in one frame. or you draw the sword at every point. I struggle when it's a loop. Well, it's the same. It's the same thing, loop or no loop. Anyway, it's 2:06. We have our animation catch up. And Ocelot, are you still here? Cool. When it's a loop, the smears would overlap, no? I mean, like, how fast is this loop? The smears are part of the animation. Like, imagine how they would have done it in like a Bugs Bunny animation. Cool. Okay. Well, let's do... Yeah, insect wings when they're going up and down. Yeah, look at any anime where there's insect wings. This one I didn't do it. That's interesting. I didn't animate them like that. I think previously I had. I guess that just looks fine that way. Yeah, you just do like, you do literally exactly what so-and-so just said. You just do like a smear of this. And then you sort of like just toggle the opacity of like this one and this one alternating. It's literally just that. All right. We've got a meeting. We've spent sufficient time dawdling today. Oh, hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good.
One sec. Cool.
There we go.
So, how's your week been?
Busy.
Understandable. Anything noteworthy to share with the class, or you don't have to share anything?
Like work-wise or?
I don't know. Just making chit chat.
You know, same old.
Same old. Cool. Okay. Now, at the moment, Morgan, your work and Luca's work has diverged quite a lot because Luca's now doing not really animation stuff. He's looking more at like environment design. So we can do this as like two separate meetings in one meeting. And we can start with just Morgan. How are you doing with animation?
Slowly. I did just put what I've got so far in art chat.
Yep.
But yeah, it's just been slow going, finding the time for it at the moment. Bit of an adjustment period.
Yep. Understandable. Cool. Do you have like
pretty rough.
do you want to set like a date as like a goal for us to get this one wrapped up by?
Maybe.
Because I'm kind of where I'm at with it. Like I might need this animation pretty soon, and I could probably do it myself. Like it's not a huge deal, and we could substitute out the points remaining or whatever, like the cleanup, for something else if you want to do that. I just want to update the demo kind of soon.
Yeah.
And I know I want this animation in it. So feel free. I mean, you don't have to give me like an answer right now, but just by like end of day, if you can give me like an estimate. of when you want
I
to do it by, or yeah,
I've got some time today. I might see how far I can get with it.
it's cool. No worries. Yeah, it's pretty on track. Like looking at it right now, there's not that much that I would give comments on.
Yeah.
Just got to get those shapes obviously blocked in and the detail
Mhm.
done. Cool. All right. Well, I can let you go
Okay,
with that.
no worries.
Thank you so much.
All right.
All right.
See
See
you
ya.
later.
And hey, Luca, how's it going?
Hey, doing all right.
It's good. Now we caught up yesterday, so I don't expect for you to have done like too much work on this one. But
Oh.
if you have anything to share,
No, I do.
Great.
It's in Figma.
Yep.
I don't know if you can follow comments. I just left a comment on it.
Yeah, I can see comments.
Yeah, it's just that one there.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's so funny. I wasn't even. There's like a stairwell in behind the scene. That makes perfect sense. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. Hopefully it wouldn't be too bad to animate, or just use the pre-existing animations Armin has to, I don't know, screw it up there or something, and then yeah.
I wonder if we could make this in the game. I have elevators that can go up and down, depending on whether you press up or down. But I wonder if this here could be up and down. Like if you press forward and up, you go, or backwards, like left and up will go this way, right and down will go that way. And then we don't need the second set of stairs. We just put like another one down here or something like that.
Oh, it could be, yeah.
Just thinking about how I would try to create more real estate for other things. But this is really cool. Very nice. And I like the layout changes you've made too.
Yeah, just exploring like
is this a heel? This part here?
A heel.
Yeah, because like it looks good because it reminds me like it's the shoe, right? Yeah. Like is this like the heel of the shoe?
Yeah, I guess, but that's underground, right?
It is underground, but still looks good.
Yeah, kind of. I thought you were pointing at this just a slope downwards. Yeah, just to make it feel a bit more separate.
Yeah,
as well.
Agreed. I like what you've done. What else have we got?
Trying to put like the topic. So this could be the NPCs talking about the legitimacy of the king, I guess.
Yep.
And then the underground would be.
I like the pictures on the wall, kind of hinting like these are nobles or whatever.
Like kind of like, oh, who is that character they're talking about? Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
Kind of
like even just like as a way to prompt the conversation, like they started talking about it because they're just having a chit chat and they see it on the wall.
Yeah, that's right.
That's pretty good. I like it.
And down at the bottom would be, I guess, whoever's talking about the heron.
Yeah.
Sorry, I meant the bottom floor there.
Yeah, I see it. This is great too.
And I only put the poster there because there wasn't really any other place to put it. But I guess that works kind of anywhere, almost.
Yeah. No, it's good.
Yeah.
In Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, they have like I guess they're called taverns, bars, clubhouses. They're called something, headquarters. But there's like a bar, and there's like the guy at the bar gives you a bunch of quests because there's like a job board, or that might be more like a Final Fantasy 12 thing. But I was wondering here, maybe there could be like a notice board here with like a bunch of posters on it. We don't have for it to be interactive, but like the idea that like lots of people have pasted lots of different things here. Do you know, like like
a duty board?
Like in my local shopping center, there'll be like lost dog, or like giving away this furniture, or
or some kind of offering some kind of service,
some sort of service. Yeah.
Okay,
maybe we could like pull this, just like embellish this with like just more stuff. It could even just be like, kind of like overflowing, but this could be on top or something like that. It's nice.
Okay.
Anything else specific that you wanted me to sort of look at? Maybe validating some of these references.
Oh yeah, just jotted down some ideas. That there was a lot from like Monkey Island. I mean, that's a bit more of a pirate flavored, but it's
I'm
still
into the wagon wheel hanging
yeah.
lights. That's pretty cool.
And the barrels, I think, would be good to add to
Yeah. Down
the
here, at
area.
least, like the cellar.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Um,
huge.
even as like semi foreground objects, like when Armin walks,
Yep.
or Armin would walk behind them, I
Yes.
guess.
Semi-foreground, even like almost like background as well, like flattened, so that it's just
Mm,
the cross section of the barrel that you're seeing, like a stack of 6 or something like that.
mm,
Foreground and background could work.
yeah. And a lot of point and click, added more
Yep.
Space Quest and King's Quest. Well, Space Quest is interesting because they've got aliens. Where is that one?
Dude,
Like, there's
this is
this
so
one.
common. This concept.
Let me.
There it is again. Dude, this has got to be one of the least original ideas I've ever seen. It's one of
It's good. Like
the,
it just what it reminded me of.
the wheel with the candles. It's crazy.
Or even Michael Jackson Moonwalker. I was like, remember these stairs from that game like years ago? Like, oh, how did they do that? And like, there you go.
There you go.
I like how they got this bit of cutout in the platform, so it looks like you're, even though I didn't end up going with this.
I think we should use this reference the most.
Yeah, it's got some ideas there.
It does not. I'm just kidding.
We can add a pool table.
Yeah, and some crying children. Michael.
Yeah. Michael. Yeah.
All right. Yeah,
what
sweet.
else was there? Where's the Space Quest one? Is it here? Jeez. Yeah, there was just why isn't it here? Maybe
This
I didn't
droids.
No, not that one. There was just one where the aliens are different sized, and it just had one creature that pretty much took a whole table to himself because he's so big.
I see.
I thought that was interesting. I don't know why it's not here. Maybe I didn't drag it in there.
It's all good.
Yeah, but yeah, that was the idea from that one.
Cool.
If there was some kind of like, if there was a clinker reward, or that would kind of fit that, where we just had an extra large creature of some sort somewhere.
Well, the Hoggen are quite large, so I don't know if I've given you a reference for these, but
I saw the Hoggen. I think there was an NPC who was looking at, I think, a map or something. Is that a Hoggen?
No, that's a Hammond. Let me give you this document.
Okay.
Can I link to this? Copy link to page, and then I can send this to you on Discord in design. Let me see if you have access to that document.
Design. Click here. It's thinking. Yeah, it looks like it works. Okay.
Cool. So over here, these are Hoggen. Right now, none of these are in the game, and it's somewhere between these sizes. So it's like, I was thinking originally they would be like this size, but then I kind of made them a little bigger than that. Like, and then since then we've done the Wolverine Barbarian, and they've become much bigger. They've almost like taken the
those are huge. Yeah.
The same, what's the word? The role that the Hoggen were filling is kind of now taken by the Wolverine Barbarian. Control Shift H, Control H, Control Shift F. Nope. Okay, I don't know what the thing is, but there's a flip option here. There we go. Shift H. So yeah, I think those pixels are similarly sized. Maybe they're a little bit smaller like that. So maybe somewhere between these two would be a Hoggen. Maybe it's like kind of like this size. Like that would be like what I would expect. So kind of like, if it's Lord of the Rings, these are like Uruk-hai versus a human, or like not just an orc, like just they're kind of like big. They're big guys. You wouldn't want to like, they would be the bouncers if they were in a club,
Yeah.
The way that like Maui is really big in Moana. I don't know if you've seen that movie.
Yeah.
But like still sort of like within the realm of human proportions, but just like, I guess like 7 or 8 feet tall instead of anything else. And then like the here and here, they're a bit taller, but they're not as big in terms of like mass.
Yeah.
So that would be, that's your reference. Yeah, maybe I could just take this and then send it over to where you are in the production doc.
So I was thinking those three of them will be playing cards at the bottom, potentially.
Mm-hmm. So maybe they need like an extra big table.
Yeah, that should be fine to do.
Or yeah, happy for you to like, it could even be one Hogan talking with like someone else. I'm not sure. Maybe it would just be interesting to see them interacting in different silhouettes interacting, like Hogan and I don't know. Explore it. Have a play. I don't really mind.
Yeah, I've been having a bit of a play with this, so it's been fun.
Sweet. Yeah, this edit that you did is right in line with like the kinds of editing that I was hoping that you would do. So sort of like, you know, mostly nothing like major, but adjustments to create opportunities for more storytelling. That's perfect. So yeah, thanks for that. Cool. And happy for you to take like another swing at it as well. Just go a little deeper. Start putting some silhouettes in that as you've done here. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I was just playing around with that this morning. So
yeah, perfect.
Yeah, that's just what I got up to, I guess. But I'll add more.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks, Luca.
That's all right. I'll keep going.
Alrighty. See ya.
Thanks, Evan.
Bye. Alrighty. Dun, 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 dun. Close that. Cool. Welcome, Raiders. Hedge Inn has given us a raid with 7 people. Welcome. How's it going? Good to see you. And hey, Ryan Berry. How's it going? So that's that. One thing I was trying to do before I rudely interrupted myself like for an entire hour was this hitbox issue. So let's go fix that. Not here. I guess it's not really important to replicate it, but well, we will need to test it. So maybe what I'll do is go to here and then I suppose I could just put one of these in here. Perfect. So it's I don't want to be able to go dong, dong, dong like that. Just one at a time. So, Hitbox Manager. It's right here. This is the line that I need to fix. And this line disables the collider. So the challenging part here is that there's no context here to tell us what we were already doing. So I can't really pass in there's just nothing I can do to give it more context. I can say like, sorry, my neck is really tight. I could say something like, don't do this until I'm setting a frame. So set frame exists. And if I was to give the frame, like this knows what sheet we're in, I think, based on my sheet. What I could do is pass a sheet in and then compare the sheet and the frame to know if we need to reset. The only thing here is that hitboxmanager.setFrame happens on setFrame here, and this setFrame happens when we play an animation like this. This setup box manager. There's setup box manager, and then there is setFrame. So I guess my hope is, can I remove this setup box manager thing? And in fact, I really hate this setup box manager script. I think it's dumb. I was just like trying to solve some stuff. So, I mean, like, this is kind of dumb, and this is kind of dumb. I suppose what I should be doing is this right now lives here, I guess, because I'm trying to I guess I did this because I wanted to lazy load this in case there was some game object that was initializing this and then causing, like, pressing play on it immediately. So I can't necessarily wait for the on awake. But like, all of this is still important. So maybe instead of calling a new box manager, maybe I should call like on awake inside of play. Transylvania. No, I didn't. Oh, hang on. Initialized. My gosh. This is going to kill me. Okay. I'm going to see if I can remove this from the play animation. Just remove it entirely. I wonder where this would cause a problem. And in fact, let's just get rid of it. So like, not like that, but like this. I don't understand why that's like that, but anyway. Yeah, okay. So, some problems. Let's just confirm that I didn't do anything weird just now. Yeah. So this is key not found exception. Retro layer was not present in the dictionary. Because layer... This happens on instantiate hitbox. which happens when? On initialize. Yes. All right, let's figure this out. This thing here, L, has a list of layers, but where do these layers come from? When I call initialize, how does it know what my sheet is? Ah, okay. So this is ugly because there are dependencies that I'm shortcutting. This hitbox manager used to live inside of, it used to be a script. All the functions used to be inside of the retro animator script. And it looks like I just kind of did a little bit of black magic to create its own class. And I kept some of these as properties. So they're just functions basically that call the animator. So the animator and the hitbox manager are still coupled this way. And I'm relying on that coupling to essentially call initialize here without any parameters, because I can just go back and couple. But I don't want to do that. Instead, I want to feed this stuff through explicitly. Now, if I don't want to kick the hornet here, the hornet's nest, I probably could just delete this change and rely on that same coupling to just make the question here if... No, but I still want the sheet to be passed in through initialize. So one way or another, I think I need like... Oh, this is really tough. Right now, because I'm referring to the retro animator's sprite sheet by reference, it's never wrong. It never goes out of sync. But the only way for me to be able to check what it used to be is to store an old reference and then compare the new reference with the old reference. I don't have anywhere here where I would do that because this is just a class. This is not a... It's not a mono behavior. So if I wanted to get the mono behavior to determine when the sprite sheet changed, that has to be in the stop or the play event, which is where we still call that setup. So like this is the perfect time to make sure that they're not decoupled by keeping the references separate, but updating them through this initialize. The thing is, again, there is this set frame thing here where inside of the box manager, we set the frame. So maybe this initialize should be called something like set sheet. And then we pass the sheet in here. Maybe that's what we do. So then we could just say like my sheet, like that. Call it sheet. And then inside of initialize, we rename this to set sheet, retro.sheet, sheet. New sheet. And here we say sheet equals new sheet. But before that, we say if sheet is not new sheet, then we can do this. And in fact, what would be great is if the new frame that we're setting to, if set sheet includes a frame, we could even say if the frame is different. There's probably a better way to think about this. I just don't know what that is. Let's see if this works. It's really scary making fundamental changes to like the core animator of the game because so many different parts of the game rely on this and they might rely on it in different ways. So you have to essentially playtest the whole game. That's no good. That's bad. Let's force a recompile. So let's look at the call stack here. Okay. No, it is there. Sawadee, Dodo. Swasti crap. Popcorn crap. Not popcorn crap. I would say like Sapai mai crap. Is that right? Whoa, hang on a second. Hang on. One, two, plunge loop and plunge startup. What the heck? Oh. Hang on a second. Hang on. In order for me to test this, I need to do multiple of these tuning forks. Okay, ready? 1. One. That's okay. I think the problem here is that it's, I mean, I don't know if this is wrong. Like, there's the hitbox. There's the hitbox. Okay, let's watch it every frame. Does it flicker? It's on there. Looking over here. It's on there. It's still on. It's still on. So actually, at least right now, it's not a problem. Let's do a little quick fork. And commit this and call this like adds check for new sheet before flickering hitboxes. Okay, and then let's go back to here. Quick check. I just want to recompile it and see if I was getting the same issue even before this. So damn, it actually wasn't. It was fine. It was fine already. I think. No. Or was it? It only disabled the hitbox once. Oh, now I don't know anymore. You know how we can fix this? If I go to this here and make this like much slower. Yeah, I don't think it was. It's not cycling them. Which means I didn't have to do that in the first place. I was looking in the wrong spot. So we can discard all this. And we can go to development. And then we can reset development here. And then we can delete quick check. And then we can recompile. And then I think it's just plunge startup has a hitbox on it that we probably don't want. That's literally it. It's just removing this hitbox because this is a different animation anyway from the previous one. So technically, I would want both that and the previous one to be present. Yeah. And the second hit is from the landing, which is a second hit anyway. So actually, it was fine. Whatever. I think this is no good. That's better. And I wonder if... it's fine. Cool. Alrighty. I need a break. Back in a bit. Alrighty. So, now that we've successfully done nothing today, we turned off a hitbox so far. That's what we've done. Let's see what we can get up to next. Alrighty. So, where does this leave us on the player interaction? I think that so we had a checkbox, right, of things that we wanted to be able to do inside of the ability template catalog for the plunge. We've got defy upward momentum, destroy something barring downward travel, and force underground enemies to the surface. We also got pull weight down. We did that yesterday. Bounce on buoyant things would be the next one. I'm not sure how I feel about that. So I like the idea. While I was playing with this yesterday, I thought it would be cool to like do bouncing on the wind. So like there could be like air vents and you actually need to like find out where you want to go. Like you can't use the ability until you pick the right one. So there's like a bit of hopping around you have to do and then you commit to it. Maybe there's even like a height threshold for some of these things. Like you have to jump from a specific height in order to break them. So this versus this. Very cool. I do want this to like react to us when we jump on it. So maybe we can figure that out too. Just the idea that when you jump on it, it goes. So as like an affordance that like it can be moved. So this is a descender, and let's go to, we'll leave it here for now, but let's just try to see if we can capture the grounded thing. So like, here we go, grounded event. A grounded event is just a Unity event. Okay, landed, invoke. Okay, cool. So, actually it's pretty straightforward. Inside of the, what is this called? Descender? We just say target.self. Do we not have a thing called target? engine.player.character.self-awareness.ongrounded.addListener.ongrounded. Landed? On player landed. Okay, if player detector dot contains target, then literally it's just like engine dot active camera dot shake exactly. And then this is duration. Let's just do it like a whole second, just so that we don't have to squint to see if it works. So this is not what I want to do yet, but it's just some feedback. Good. It works. So I think we could do like an additional state called like rustle or something. Or like, I don't know. What would be the word? You know, like if you step on a set of weights and they go dunk, 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 like when scales get disturbed. What would you even call that? Disturb? Let's call it disturb. It's not trigger, because trigger would be like the whole thing does it. It would like go into like the descending or ascending state. Okay. Okay. Now, the unfortunate thing here is that I don't think I can do an animation that starts and ends in the same spot and drifts in a specific direction. I'd have to draw it in the animation curve. So I might need to do an animation curve, public, animation curve, disturb curve. But it should be like offset. It's pretty much linear. So then we need like a disturb start pause. So then we say disturb start local pause equals that. Set that to be linear. Yep. I don't know if that's going to work, but anyway. like that. Okay. And then actually, I think... Let's try that. Genuine question, says Justice Shot. Why don't you separate the logic from the animation? That way, if a bug happens, you can always tell whether it's a logic issue or a visual issue. Could you explain what you mean in this context between separating the logic and the animation? Like in this context, the logic... I mean, I feel like I am separating them. And to the extent that I'm not, it's because the logic is the animation. Like I'm describing the animation in code. What's in it? Yeah, if you could point out where you think that they're coupled in the way that they shouldn't be, I'd be happy to listen. I don't get what they mean. You could pass a delegate or function that returns a bool to determine whether the animation is finished or to indicate its current state without needing to know the details of the animation itself. But I am doing that. This is the bool. Do you mean like you want to know, you want like an event? I have events I can check. But I don't see the functional difference between calling an event and checking to see if the animation is not playing. That feels much the same thing to me. I'm interested. If there's like a principle that I'm not applying that I could be, I'm interested. Whoops. No. Ah. There we go. Well, there is a state machine there. That's the point. I am separating the logic from the animation. Like, here's the state machine as an enum. Here are the specific parts of, these are the different animation curves for the different states. This is me breaking out the different behavior. And here is me running the update function for the different states based on what I expect to happen. In my player state machine, these would be different classes, but because this is just like a one-shot thing, I prefer to keep it all in the one class. So the behaviors are all different. The states don't know about the animation really. The animation is defined in the inspector here. It works for me. Hey, Mr. D-Boy. Hey, Starry-Eyed Ava. And this thing about like when logic depends on animation state, e.g. triggering HP or collision events at specific frames, the state machine ends up tightly coupled to the animation class. That makes it hard to unit test or to run outside the game engine. Using delegate like isTrue can decouple the logic from the animation system while still letting you query the needed state. I'm still not really following. When logic depends on animation, triggering HP or collision events at specific frames, sure, which we do, the state machine ends up tightly coupled to the animation class. Now, when you say animation class, in this context, we're talking about my tweening engine, I think. So this thing that drives evaluating something in a graph, basically. Basically evaluating these curves over time. So you're saying it makes it hard to unit test or run outside the game engine. Now, first of all, I don't even know how we would unit test outside of the game engine for something that's in the game. Like I'm not really sure how we would, like, what even it means to unit test something or run outside the game engine. Like, it's a game exclusive. The implementation doesn't need to live outside the game. And in this case, like, I don't even know, like, what the state machine is. Like how would you, in this context, I need like a specific example. Like, what is it that decoupling looks like in this context? Like, particularly, like, what does the decoupled example, how is that different from what I've got? And what advantage would I have having decoupled them? Like, for me, the state is totally dependent on whether the animation has finished. That's the condition for triggering the state. And I mean, I'm just checking whether it's done to determine which state to do next. So in that case, like in that instance, like in my mind, they're decoupled already because like, I'm literally just checking what to do next and setting the state to another thing. That's not animation dependent in terms of what this is and how that determines the state that way. So all I could really think of here is some sort of like coroutine. Like, are you saying maybe like there should be a animation is finished event that I can trigger out like myself. Like there should be like a middleman or something abstract or agnostic. So it's like, trying to draw a lightning bolt here. You're trying to say, I'll put this in a circle. You're trying to say, right now, the state machine checks the animator, but instead I should have this thing called like on state complete, or I don't know, something that I can then cause with like a key press maybe. Is that what you're saying? Like I press the I key and that triggers the event to change the state machine. So I could set up events. I could set up key presses for like the different state triggers or whatever. And then I hook up the animator to the events. So I could test it this way, or I could do that. And so if the animator was doing something wrong, I could still check to see if the state machine was working, right? Is that what you're describing? To me, the only thing here that doesn't work is that like the state machine's state. I mean, technically in this case, because I could preview here, I could probably just press a button and have this say top, you know, ascending, descending, whatever. But like that level of like trying to unit test the state machine when in actual fact, like the animator is load bearing. Like there's no world where this state machine for this exists separate from the animator. So if the animator doesn't work, I don't want to say like it only took me like 40 minutes to set up the whole thing. You know what I mean? Is it really worth trying to individually validate the two when they're really only going to work as one? I don't know. I don't really unit test in this game at all. It's not something that I do. So maybe. That's interesting. And now you say, well, if you had decoupled them, you would have been able to. Oh no! No, I know what this is. In an MMO server, there's no concept of client animation. Server is the game itself. Animation only exists on client side. So you basically can have a game without animation. A state machine is just a function that takes time and context data as input and returns next state. Just sharing something on my mind. Maybe it could spark something new in your mind. This is something that I don't have any experience with online game dev. So for me, the idea of decoupling the client from the server it doesn't really work, because to me, the client and the server are one system. So in your instance, what you have to solve for is a world where you can't depend on what the client is doing. The system needs to run, the server needs to run independently of the client. But in this, the client and the server are the same thing. So there's no reason to say, well, this works independently of this. Now, maybe maybe this is a more general point of just like decoupling modularity as a principle, which I agree with. It's not like I share the principle. I think it's good to decouple things and for them to be validatable individually, because if you're going to mix and match them with other things, then you need to know which things are breaking when they break. So I can't argue with that. There's also just like a pragmatic question of like, how modular do you want to go before you just have to, before you're drowning in unit tests? I feel my way through these things. I don't have an answer for you. But it's also something where I think, pre-optimization is the root of all evil, they say. So for me, it's like, if it's working and it doesn't have a lot of scope, it doesn't like touch a lot of things, it's not really something that I would spend a lot of emotional energy worrying about. It doesn't feel like more diligent or like best practice to like validate this if it works in all of the small, in the few use cases it needs to solve, and it's working, and I can read, the script is only 100, 200 lines. Like, am I really having to worry too much about it? Because the state is quite simple. Like the game state as it touches this thing is not that complicated. But, maybe it'll prove to be more complicated later and I'll have to build more specific tests later. I don't know. I'm open to it. So this needs to be if like I've certainly built, I've certainly painted myself into a corner many times in the game's development. One sec, pals. Yeah. I think it's also very like genre dependent what we're describing here. Like the idea of like building a game that could even like the idea of running this game in a way that wasn't what's the word? Like evaluating the game state without a client in this game to me is doesn't make sense. Like it's like a nonsense thing to say. Like it doesn't I can't make sense of it. And it does make the state hard to evaluate because I can't do validation deterministically outside of the client. I can't like push a button and like play test the whole game in the like Mario Maker way. I can't say, yes, because I pressed this button, you can complete the game from start of the game to the credits. I can't do that. And I can't say like every jump is achievable because I pressed a button and simulated every jump. Like I can't do that. So I don't know how feasible that would be anyway, or if people who make these kinds of games can resolve the game state separate from the client. That's interesting. When you think about it, a game is just a simulation of data and a rule set, and visuals are just a function of that data. So technically, data is all you need. Just like human eyes, we don't actually see objects. We see light and interpret that light data as objects so that our brain can process it. Yes, deterministically, like the system is just a bunch of numbers. That's true. And like, for example, the Unity physics system, if it's not deterministic, I should hope that I could make it deterministic such that I could run the simulation offline. Actually, there is a game that I made in 2020 called Arrowbound, where I implemented my own physics system because I wanted to be able to do this, like level validation. We've done it before. So like what I wanted to be able to do was you play as a character in a big level like this on a phone screen, and I wanted to be able to pull back like Angry Birds style and show you where the character was going to go. And I needed to be able to solve that without playing the game, obviously, because I'm not there for the player when they're playing it on their phone. So I built a level player. I built a thing that could play the whole game by itself and make every jump and do the level validation on its own. The only thing about that is this game is so much more complicated than that. And to resolve the game state is just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like, I don't know what it means for this game. Like, yeah. If the game was just a platformer, maybe. But like so much of the animation and hitbox data and all that stuff, like I guess you could run it without the like, sure. Like the game state is all of the objects in the level and their state and their rigid bodies. It's like every component, everything. The rigid bodies, the state machines, the animations, the hitboxes on those animations, the colliders that belong to those hitboxes, the health bars, all that stuff is everything in the game needs to be accounted for to do that. So, but what's the difference between pressing play and running a simulation of the game? Just the fact that you don't need the graphics, so it's faster to validate. Like you could do like some sort of like a simulation button. You press a button and the game just like runs a bunch of hypothetical unit tests. I suppose so. I mean, I guess it's just like, because it's an action game, the player input affects that. Like there's so much stuff relating to like just that. Then I jumped, I pressed down and I pressed attack at the same time. Like this to that. You have to do that, or like just press down and attack to take an ability off of an enemy. Like the validation is player pressed down, attack, stab the enemy, got the ability. Then player stood, on this thing. That's not right. Let me just check. Oh, it's ground, not default. Ground. Are we ascending? One way ground, otherwise ground. Yes. Like player pressed left bumper plus the triangle button to initiate the thing. And then, I don't know, it just feels, doesn't this feel a little, I don't know, isn't it a bit much to try and test this? I don't know. Feels like a lot to me. And I'm struggling to think of like who would benefit from it. Like maybe it'd be a lot easier to like, perfect. Maybe it would be like a lot easier to, I don't know, to solve problems. It also needs the ball. But is the ball, what layer is that on? Enemy layer. So if I put a hedgehog here, it'd be the same thing, right? I don't know. I think we'd need to talk in practical terms about like what we were trying to solve. Oh, good. That's perfect. That's what I wanted. See ya. What's it going to be? It's going to be like either like a rock with like a platform, like some sort of like when the rock goes down, the platform goes up pulley system, or it's going to be like a bough of like a tree that's like being weighted down and then springing back up. It's going to like something like that, like a branch, like a really big branch going into the background or something like that. The idea just being that it needs to be something that you can't pass through it. That's interesting. You can't pass through it unless you use this ability to push it. Yeah. I do worry about it sometimes. I think about it, like just now we were potentially changing something about the animator. It's like I was going to change whether a different class had a dependency on this class for generating the hitboxes based on the sprites. If I change that, who knows where that could break in the game? Who knows which things depend on, like the idea that I was lazy loading it and I wanted to take the lazy load away. It's like which game objects in the game will suffer if the lazy loading is taken away. Hey, thank you so much for the sub. Like, yes, if I had spent a significant amount of effort building unit tests across the game for this kind of thing, maybe I could know in advance, like flood fill with programming logic, where those things could fail. But like it's hard to even fathom how many tests I'd need to write and whether or not I could even know what the scope of failure could look like for some of this stuff, if that makes sense. And it might just be much more straightforward to just let people play test the game and when they come up with errors, fix them. You know what I mean? That's kind of like the way I've been doing it. I don't think the game, if we were talking about like a $100 million game, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like, not even like a question of worth it, but like, is it even possible if you haven't built the game from the ground up to be evaluable that way? Like, if you haven't built it specifically to be able to be simulated, essentially, outside of the engine, what is even the point? How do you even start? Yeah, I mean, the thing just a shot is like the scope of what that looks like. Like, would I want to run like, you know, like a learning model, you know, Super Mario, neural net, you know, this kind of thing? Would I want to do some sort of like machine learning experiment over the game where I let an AI play the game, you know, 100 million times and build some sort of simulation system or whatever? Like, do I want to be able to traverse the game, the entire game, as a data set so that I can process over it? That is like it's a neat idea. It's just not what I'm solving for. You know what I mean? There's not much value in, for me right now. Maybe I'm just not like deep enough maybe I'm not like a genius enough engineer to want to do that. It feels out of my way, is what I'm trying to say. It feels really far out of my way at this point. The project's so big. Like, there are lots of cool things I could do, but do those cool things stand in the way of the game being a product that I sell to people in a reasonable amount of time and have them be satisfied with the product? That would be the most important thing. All right. I guess what I'm saying is like, I think what you're saying is like mostly valid. I just don't know if it's applicable in my situation right now. Someone who was like a dedicated engineer who just wanted to do this as like a hobby, I'd be happy for them to take that approach and to treat the game that way. I just know that I can't put energy into that exercise as the director of the game right now. I can't justify it. It actually surprises me, like, just how broken a successful game can be. Have you guys played Fortnite recently? It's honestly kind of hot garbage, that game. There's so much stuff in that game that's bad and broken, but not in a way that stops you from playing the game, just in a way that makes the game weird and inconvenient. Like, there's like a system at the moment called like a rival system where you, let me show you this thing. I was playing a little bit with my wife not that long ago. So Rivals essentially it's a feature of the game where you walk up to this monitor in the game and you trigger a rivalry. It'll match you up with another player on the map somewhere and you can see each other on the map. So you're basically forced to like rush at each other and kill each other just because it's information. If you don't attack them, right? Those are the two. This is you, this is your opponent. This timer is a 5-minute timer. When there's 10 seconds left, the timer goes jung, 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 jung. And when the timer runs out, the rivalry ends. Every single rivalry I've ever gotten where the timer ran out, the junk sound effect played for like 20 more seconds. How does the game not know that that the timer is finished? Like, it'll just be going jung, 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 just for like 30, 40 seconds after the thing's ended. The like overlay has disappeared, but the time is still going. It's so weird. Or the amount of times I'll drop from the bus. While you're in the bus at the start of the match, it says like, oh, thank the bus driver or whatever. And it shows you who's driving the bus up here. The amount of times that overlay will reappear midway through the match, taking up like a third of the screen saying so-and-so is driving the bus. It's like, how does it not know to not show this at this point in the game? What bug is going on with their overlay system that's forcing this message to show up right now? So weird. And this is like a billion, like, you know, how many billions of dollars is this game made? And like, no one's just like working on basic overlay management, you know, timers, really simple things. Another one is like when you win a victory royale in Fortnite, the game doesn't go like, pow, you won. Instead it goes, you won. It's like the game freezes for like 2 seconds and then you either see second place or victory royale. It's like, it's so like server bound that like it doesn't really like it's so preoccupied with trying to close down the game that it doesn't have any care in the world about trying to make that moment feel good to you on the client side. It's like, oh, game ended. Server deleted, you know, like session over. It doesn't like try to make you feel good. It doesn't like go into bullet time. It doesn't do anything. It just goes, game ended. Like, that didn't feel good. And that's on PC. It's worse on console. Anyway, just a weird thing that I notice. So yeah, I don't know. Have you ever thought about what you would do once the game is released? Like if you've chased this, you've chased this goal for so long, Have you wondered how you'll feel? That's a really scary thought. I don't want to pay much attention to it. I will talk about it, but I want to focus on the task first. Otherwise, the whole day will go and we won't do anything. In fact, we've got a meeting in 10 minutes, so bounce on buoyant things. This one I'm not sure about. Loosen an object clinging to the ceiling below us. Yeah, that doesn't feel quite right. Bounce on buoyant things. I mean, 4 use cases is pretty good. Most of the other ones in the game, I mean, like, they don't have that many things that they do. So maybe I should just accept. We've already got a couple things. I think I'm trying to do too much on one ability. I think I just need to be okay with what is there for the plunge. And then later we'll find new things to do with it. So all right. I think I'm happy with this. Prefabs object. I'm looking for pulley lift, wherever this is placed. Environment. Okay, whatever. I kind of want to do a new one here called like interactable level components. And like an example of this would be also like the vine. Where do you live? Object. So you should live in... Wait, what? Oh, that was environment. Well, maybe those environment ones should go into object as well. I think I will keep them as their own thing. Acid bowl, barricade, boulder, destructible block, elevator set, and then juggle ball, mandrake roots, pebble, maybe not pebble, pulley lift, scarecrow, stairs, switch, yes, vine. All of this stuff feels like what this is. What about wind? Did I put this? Winfield. Okay. So, in your game, how long did the systems take to make without conflicting with each other when adding more stuff over the years? 2020. That was the year that I fixed that problem. It took me 3 years of making the game before I learned how to make stuff not step on everything else's toes. The game is pretty separate now. I know I could like drop a map of all of the systems basically and where they connect. So when the game comes out, I'll tell you what. I'll give you 3 minutes of my time. Let me know when you're done. Okay, cool. All right. So, when the game is over, what will I do? Right now, there's sort of two things there. The first is like, honestly, if the game comes out the way I want it to, then I'll feel good about it, even if it doesn't do well. No, I'll feel bad. I'm basically bound to the success of the game. If the game succeeds, I'll feel good. If the game doesn't succeed, I'll feel bad. That's like the first level. The second level is if I somehow learn to accept my lack of control over the way people receive my art, then I'll have to learn to like it if I like it and be okay if people don't. It's just that that's not really how I work. Like, I really want the game to be good. I want people to like it because it's good. So the way that I felt when I finished Arrowbound was exhausted. And I quickly moved on to something else because I didn't want to like mourn it. So I guess it'll just depend on how I feel. If I feel like the game died, it might be very hard for me to process. You know what I mean? If I feel like I put all that time and energy in and I wasted it, that's gonna hurt. But if I feel like the game did well, I'll just keep moving on. And if it does die and I thought it would do well, I guess I just have to reevaluate what I'm good at. Would you feel lost after the game's release from lack of goals, regardless of success? No, I just move on to the next goal. I've got so many things I want to do. It's not about like, I won't feel like, who am I if I'm not working on Insignia? There are other things I want to do with my life too. Other games I want to make, people I want to make games with, etc. Let me check in with our music composer. Hey. Good for a meeting today. So we've got Winfield and we've got what do we got? I guess I could curate these into different ability sets. Yeah, modding is great to build skills. It's just like, for me, like, I don't know what I would do. I feel so, like, I've learned to feel so confident that if somehow the game was really bad, but I thought it was really good, I might just give up on making games. Like, at that point, like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's good. If other people don't, like, what do I do? I just have to accept that. Especially if, like, nobody liked it. Like, if it got, like, 1,000 downloads, gosh, that would hurt so bad. After all this time. Hey, Pedro. That's cool. I don't know. I mean, you could reach out to streamers and ask them if they want to play it. Is it on Steam? Yeah, it's tough. I actually had this similar situation happen to me recently on the pixel art subreddit. I was like posting some art that I did on the subreddit, and I thought, you know, I used to be able to post on that subreddit, no problem, and people would, you know, like the posts and whatever. I posted there, and immediately the post got auto-modded, and they were like, oh, yeah, you can't post this here because you put a link to a YouTube video inside of the post, which I did, but like, it's a process video about the art that I made. But they were like, nope, it's self-advertising. You can't put that here. It's like, really? You don't even want for me to be able to post content about pixel art in the pixel art subreddit? Okay. It's just such a strange interaction. Like, you would think they would love more content about pixel art on the pixel art subreddit. So, I mean, I will post it again without the link, but it's just weird that they did that to me. To me, it's weird. Not that they did it to me. They can do what they want, but you know what I mean. It's a strange principle to have, I suppose. Like, nope. Like, isn't the point of the subreddit to promote pixel art? Isn't that the whole point of the pixel art subreddit? And it's not even like, you know, it's not like the pixel art subreddit is getting like, you know, it's not like, oh, we're so successful, we need to slow down the amount of work. And it wasn't even, I didn't even post like the video as a link. I posted like the art, and the video was just a comment. Cool. All right. We're going into a new meeting. One sec. Music review. It's time for music review. Okay. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
Not bad, yeah.
It's good?
How are you?
Good, I think. I sort of was in a bit of a earlier on in the week, having a bit of trouble sleeping, but then today I think I got a good night and I did some exercise in the morning and I'm feeling pretty good mood-wise.
Nice.
Not too being reasonably productive, which is good.
Yeah, the other night I couldn't fall asleep for some reason. It wasn't last night. It was the night before. I was just laying in bed till like 5 a.m. just trying to fall asleep. It was so bad. I don't know why. It was weird.
Yeah, I hate when that happens. Were you like
Yeah.
doing any intensive gaming or anything?
Not particular. I think I had a tea that morning and I don't have caffeine very often. So even though it was in the morning, maybe it affected me. I don't know.
that's some strong tea. Did you
I
have
don't think it can't have been that.
2
doesn't make
dozen tea
sense.
bags in the tea? Maybe. I mean, maybe
Yeah.
if you're super sensitive to it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
Cool. Well, as long as you're getting some good night's sleep now, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
All right. So let's have a listen. What do you have for me today?
Yeah, so I've got an update on the Fate track. Yeah, I've added a new section. I don't know if it's too different to what's already there. Like, I don't know if it's a sudden contrast that will be distracting. I kind of like it though, but yeah, we'll see what you think.
Okay, cool. So it's this video, and this is one track.
Yeah, just one track for the fair.
Okay.
And again, I was playing more Irish tin whistle on it.
Okay,
I
cool.
think the recording's a little rough, so
That's all right. So this is
ignore that.
different from the previous iterations of the festival theme?
It's an extension of the Healthline, I think it was. So we had the like the normal track, and then we had sort of like this could be a mini game track.
Yep.
This is an extension of the bass track.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a listen. Cool. Okay. First reaction. I feel like I think your suggestion was similar to how I would feel. So the back half does feel separate, especially after that, like the big turn around here. I like it. In terms of its identity in this space, it does feel almost now like a tertiary, like an additional thing. My brain went to like credits sequence. It feels so like warm and celebratory and complete that I wonder if I kind of the fate here in this, like where this lives in the game in chapter 2, I think there is this track needs to serve the function of like being something that feels genuinely light in a place that's kind of a bit melancholic. There's a lot going on, and it's hard to feel centered and hard to feel nice here, and there's sort of darkness looming, and it's like it's supposed to feel a little bit nice inside of that space. But the way that we kind of lift in the second half of this makes it feel like we've come home. It's like a full circle.
Yeah.
It feels too like emotionally complete. So I still like it, and I appreciate the way that you are like exploring these spaces. I feel like you know, in like I don't know how many games you've played where this happens, but in a lot of games during the credits sequence, or like you see this a lot in trailers, they'll do like flyover shots of different places in the game that you've been to, with the characters all
Yeah.
celebrating.
Yeah.
This is like what I would hear. You know, the streamers are going, and we've defeated the big bad, and now we see like a flyover shot of Orenstead and Cheverton and all the different places. And this is what I would imagine we're hearing when that's happening. So I think we like put this one in the back pocket, at least that back half.
Yeah.
And instead, I would want to try thinking a little bit about how we could. I find I might draw some stuff here, so please forgive.
Like, is it worth?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think it'd be good to have a conversation again about what's going to be happening gameplay wise in the space, or like, what the music's going to be over.
Sure. So this is mostly the way I see it. I can sort of, maybe I'll write it down. What's happening here? What's happening in this scene? So I'll just type it as I'm doing it. So this is Armin. So this scene takes place in a moment in the end of the like second act of this chapter. It's kind of like the last time we'll be able to see Cheverton in the daytime like this for a while. So we've crossed the threshold where you can't really just walk around the whole city. Instead, it's more just from Ned's shop to the town square. And then in the town square, there are a number of NPCs celebrating. Well, it was a crowd of NPCs celebrating, and then like a number of which the player will have recently helped out in side quests. So the square gets more full the more of the quests that you've done. So one of them will be with the Hithin and their traveling band, and another one will be like the clock tower and fixing the clock, and another one will be there's like a storekeeper here as well and helping him out with the store. So it's like helping people get ready for the festival. And then so this is kind of like in the plan, but not in the game. There will be a number of very small mini game style interactions that you can enjoy before kind of like moving the story forward in this scene. These are kind of like equivalent to, hey, developer Ezra, thanks for the raid. This is equivalent to the juggling ball game, or 1 second. Or Roberto fighting mini game. So it's like some little mini interaction that you have to do a certain number of times. I've got one planned that's like the carnival hammer bell game. So you're trying to like,
Oh, nice.
you hit the thing and you want to make it go ding. And that's going to be based on this ability here. So just a second. Let me just take this guy out. So this is kind of like a plunge. And I was thinking maybe there could be like a little way to like jump up a couple of platforms. And then if you can do the ability from like higher up, it'll send the bell higher, like the little thing higher. So I don't know, something to do with like using some of the abilities you've gained in the level, and the NPCs go, wow, how did he do that?
Cool.
So stuff like that. Just like 2 or 3 little ones like that. And so the music will be playing just throughout. So it's you leave Ned's workshop, you walk over to the town square, the music's playing as you're walking around, you're engaging with these NPCs, talking with them, everything, music's still playing, even through the mini games, music's still playing. And then there'll be like one NPC that you can talk to. Talking to one more NPC will trigger the Gallier entry, at which point the music kind of like stops abruptly, and he comes in and the story proceeds. So it's maybe like 3 to 5 minutes, unless the player gets addicted to getting a high score on the mini games. 3 to 5 minutes of just like the game kind of taking a moment to celebrate this little festival, and then it just proceeds with the plot. So does that help clarify it all?
Yeah, that's helpful.
Yeah. As far as like, any other things that it needs to do, I don't think it needs to like be too in terms of like the structure of the track, like just an A and a B that loops back to the A is fine. Like a first half, back half, it's no big deal. It doesn't really need to be like dynamic to anything that's happening, or like lift or be too much. I mean, generally it's nice for the A and B to be, different, which, you're sort of already heading that direction. In terms of how different, I wouldn't say it's like a valence thing. It's not like a positive or negative. I wouldn't say like the back half needs to be more jovial or more fun or more ominous or anything like that. It's not so much a story that we're telling as just like an atmosphere that we're creating that's pretty stable.
Yes.
There is like, if we had all the time and energy in the world, we could say something like, maybe we do layers of this track that are additive depending on how many things the player has done in the game. So if they skipped all the side quests and came straight here, we have like a crappy version that plays. It's like just not as good, with fewer instruments or played a little bit worse. But I'm not sure if we will have the resources to, like, if I only expect players to play the game once, they might not appreciate that they're hearing a good version or a bad version. They might not realize that what they're hearing is a choice rather than just what everyone hears. So this is the kind of thing where I would leave this for like maybe the last 6 months of development to see if we've got an opportunity that we can easily take advantage of, rather than like lay it down as a foundational thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool.
Okay.
like I said, I still like this. I still like this back half. From, let's find it. I love how it sounds. Like it's, for me, like aesthetically, it's awesome to listen to. And so yeah, from like this 1 minute point, I want to put it somewhere, just maybe not here.
Yeah, it feels like too much of a statement, or like it's sort of too in your face for what it needs to be here, I think.
Yeah, I suppose like there's within, this is kind of going a little bit off topic, but just because we like storytelling here, and I know that it's a conversation we could have. If this was something like a TV show, or yeah, like something where there was a lot of like minutes of time spent in each of these like emotional frames. Like I've got like 5 chapters of the game, and overall, you know, I think each chapter should probably have like a sort of average, you know, if we were to mix them in terms of like their emotional feeling, there's kind of like a space where I would want things to be, where the player can look at the chapter as a whole and say, oh, this feels like this. And this was kind of like the one where it got a bit, the way that like the Harry Potter films are like that. Like the third one's a little bit, you know, darker than the second one. And it feels like the characters are all going into puberty and it's getting a bit more emotional. The color grading is like that. You can kind of feel in the production a vibe. If this was like a TV show where we had like 10 episodes, you know, inside of one chapter, maybe we could invest more emotional range. We could have like more peaks and troughs and kind of take the player, or the viewer in that case, you know, maybe we add a character who's like a sort of a slight love interest, or maybe like the festival has like a moment where we kind of forget everything. I just feel like in this context, because the chapter is more like a film than a TV season, we don't have like the space to explore that depth, to go, I guess, as broad as we'd like emotionally, or like, you know, to get into to seep into the cracks, you know, and find all the range that we would want, because, well, we just don't have the resources really, or the opportunity. But it's not like, you know, there's a version where I could hear that track playing, you know, if we had a whole episode dedicated to this festival, and a scene where maybe, you know, if we could break down the festival itself into like 5 scenes, maybe we could do it. But instead, I feel like we kind of risk coloring the whole chapter too brightly, because the brush is too thick. If that helps. Yeah.
If you had to, I have some idea, but if you had to articulate what the overall mood of, or, you know, energy or emotion of chapter 2 is, like what that space is. Like I have an idea, but maybe, if you have words you can put to that.
Well, there is, I guess, the feeling should be one of, it's a really good question. It's hard to like distill it all the way down to like a couple words. I would say there's kind of like it's going to sound so abstract, kind of like the only word I've got is like a grasping, where it's like the stakes are, we're starting to appreciate the stakes. The main character is starting to appreciate what he's supposed to do, but he's realizing that the world is so much bigger than him, that he it's like I guess in a way it's this sort of like he's a small fish in a big pond. The city is a big place, and there's kind of like a destabilizing feeling when you go somewhere that you don't have any control over or a say. And it's still a personal story, and we're still interacting with individuals. So there is something, it can't be overwhelmingly unsettling or anything like that. And of course, taking into account that the game is a pixel art game and it's supposed to be charming in general, the tone, I guess, there is like maybe this like, for the record, I will say I don't think that you're like, generally speaking, across the chapter. I think this chapter's been amazing. Like I don't think we're off, and I don't think you need to adjust anything in like any of the like tracks you've been writing. I think we've been doing a really good job. So I think it's probably not something that we need to solve for, like this like one emotional kind of like color grade, but it is something that I think about a little bit. The place where I think about it the most, because it's present, it's like front of mind to me, is when I'm painting the city itself. I have like a few different variations, and I'm still kind of like, I think there's still a little bit of zeroing in on that. So if I go to what did I even call this? Give me 1 second. Misty neighborhood. Sorry to like answer your question with a very long, protracted answer.
No, it's great.
It was kind of an innocent thing that you said, and it became like I'm kind of taking it somewhere.
I live for the ramble.
Okay. Oh, great. You've come to the right place. Okay. So this shot here was created because over time there have been like a number of different kind of like concepts for the town that I've gone through, and some of them have been brighter and darker, and I've gone like back and forth. So this was like one of the first things that I painted that I quite liked. And it's more muted than I think anything else. Like this, it's pretty muted compared to like what the game feels like in general now. It's particularly chapter 1. And I was kind of, when I first did this, I guess one of the contexts, the like, what am I trying to say? Like the themes that I was trying to think about when I was designing the city was this idea of like a contrast between man and nature, because it's a city. They had to like, chop down a bunch of trees to build it around the big tree, and they're hollowing out the tree to create the castle or whatever. So should it be gray and misty and foggy and like 1800s London because they've beaten nature, and now this is like the, not post-apocalypse, but like the, like the nature lost? Or is it a place where nature is still fighting back a little bit, and it's kind of like an uncomfortable melting pot? You know what I mean? Like there's this kind of, this is getting a little political now, but like people talk about multiculturalism and how it's like the dream is this melting pot of cultures. And I think in like, Western society today, there's kind of like in America and in Australia and in the UK, I guess there's this like open question of like, is it a melting pot? Like, did the experiment succeed, or are these cultures like, are some of them, is there friction in the culture, in the identities? So in a way, I kind of think about that here. And in fact, like I was literally describing this to Luca today as I was guiding him on some production work for a background in the tavern for this chapter, that there are humans and Hoggen, which are like pigs, and like Hithin, which are cats, and Hunden, and all these different races living in this city. But like, do they live in harmony? Do they all consider themselves one race, or are they all just here because it's a place that's bustling and it's a place to be? It's just like a metropolitan sort of place. And it's that kind of uneasiness of like, yeah, we're all here. Yeah, it's all functioning, and there's a lot of stories and goings on and business or whatever, but like, is the bigger story, like, are we all happy this way? Or like, is this a place that's safe? Should Armin feel safe here? I think there's like when you have all the colors all in the same spot, sometimes there's a gray that can happen. And it's that uneasiness of like, is this, like in Armin's case, it's really just like, can I trust this place? Can I be safe here? Is Orinstead in safe hands in Cheverton? Because basically Orinstead and its people are beholden to whether or not Gallier will send the troops to protect them or to send word to the king. So, is the world more cynical or is it more optimistic? That question, that open question, is kind of like something that I think, it's a very coming of age thing. I think young people, a lot of them, especially if you grow up sheltered, life is very on rails until you go into university or into the working world, and then suddenly all of the simple answers and the things that were convenient or optimistic or naive become challenged, right? Because things aren't as easy and people aren't necessarily altruistic, and they don't have the same goals as you, or they don't necessarily want you to succeed. It's that's the feeling. Does that help?
Yeah.
Like 15 minutes for an answer. Yeah. It's kind of like a puberty thing in a way. And Armin is, a little bit of arrested development because he's like 18 already. But like this idea of he's never left his home, and now he's somewhere that doesn't have his interest at heart. So, how should one feel in a place like that? Now, that's not to say that, he's never been to a place as big as this. It's so impressive. It's almost like the way that I think a lot of people think about New York. It's like New York is a marvel, but it's also like a very harsh place to live. So it's very easy to romanticize about New York, right? It is a beautiful place. It's an incredible achievement, but it's also kind of hard, it's not, there are inhospitable kind of aspects about it. Similar thing here. So I think, like for the most part, I don't need the player to feel like melancholy in the moment. I don't need for the track as we're running through the town, the main Cheverton theme, to like bring you down at all necessarily. I'm kind of okay with it more being a hustle and bustle-y thing and just feeling just generally busy or metropolitan. The way we've got it right now is great. Some of these things, these like more deep themes, I think it might be, I think I want to show them with, and I don't know how to express this. This is like the first time I'm putting this into words. Within the main plot and within each chapter, I think each place kind of, there's like a transformation. So like Orinstead gets burned, and it's Cheverton. There's like before the fate and then after the fate. And usually it's because the plot is moving forward that things change. And it's in that change that I think I want that contrast to be. So rather than just paint the place gray, it might be more effective to have it be light and then dark, if that makes sense. So
Right.
musically, I think like the first time we get here, it's okay for it to be sort of not too overstated. Like the track is great as we've got it. Maybe the time, if we come back here in chapter 5, we can make it much more,
Mm.
Dark or kind of tense, or, how we can show another side of it that then recontextualizes the first chapter or the second chapter, if that makes sense. I think that might be a better approach than trying to nail too many emotions in one track, you know what I mean? Or in one chapter or one scene.
Yeah.
It's a lot for the player. It's
Yeah.
probably too much. And I think we had this problem a little bit with the Orenstead town theme, or not problem, but challenge, where I think as the director, I was really trying to I gave you a lot to think about. I was really trying to nail in like this kind of uneasy feeling of the townspeople talking about Armin while he's walking through the town. And it just kind of, I think if it's not grounded in, like if the player can't make sense of that in the moment because of what's happening in the plot or whatever, I think that ends up just feeling a little like less confident or just harder to digest. So yeah, that's very broadly.
I like that idea of the
Yeah.
light then the dark, like having a change that then communicates something.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I think that's a cool idea.
It's very well because it's so hard to. I think there's like, if the game was just a book, I think there'd be a lot of nuance that I could talk about, particularly because you have so much space in a book for a main character to like internal monologue or to talk about their feelings. You can give so much insight without saying much overtly or like having events happen on the outside. Whereas in this context, we're looking at it from so far away, like we're playing the character and we're walking through the town, but like all of these like micro emotions or like these like little things that I would want to share, I think it's hard to give that context. And there's so much for the player to take in that I think we have to kind of hold their hand a little bit with the emotional depth, particularly because I don't think people like expect some of this stuff from like a game like this. Like I think people aren't, they're not ready for that. Not to say that like it's like a better story than what you would expect in this kind of game. But I think like most of these games are very, it's gameplay focused, or the story on this level isn't really like a big feature. And I also think that it carries a lot of risk for us to try to say a lot in a small amount of time. The subtlety there when it comes to like marketing the game, I've noticed that, gosh, this is going to get a little bit, I hope this is helpful for you, but it's definitely helpful for me. If you have like a shape that's like this, people like from far away, it sort of just reads as a circle. And even if, if you're experiencing it like this, and there's a lot of, like this, and there's like a lot of, you can appreciate a lot of the detail, right? At this level. It's so interesting. But when communicating about the game, no one's going to experience it like this. They're going to see it like this. So I would prefer to market the game as something that was like this, and that in this case, it's like, the screenshots, for example, like one screenshot from every chapter would allow us to have one screenshot that's green and one that's blue and one that's yellow, because there's like desert and there's ocean and there's mountains. And so that if you can see from a 10-foot view, something that's got a lot of diversity, dark and light, a lot of contrast, then that reads, I think, a lot better than something that has all of that, but at every moment it's trying to say everything. I feel like it just comes out gray. So yeah, it's just like a general, like a very vague idea that's kind of been creeping in as I've been working on the game. It's just that it's easier to communicate about the game if the game has is only saying one thing at a time. You know what I mean? Or like expressing one value at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah. That might be a lot. I don't know if that's, I'm sure that makes sense.
No, yeah, it does for sure.
Yeah. So that's kind of why, and it's also like, I think it's just easier for us to achieve, like from a broad strokes, production perspective. I think it's just easier to communicate that we needed to do this and then this rather than this and this at the same time.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, I'm done. There's the ramble. It's complete. Okay.
Ooh, yeah, that's been really helpful for me just to, because I feel like it's easy to get lost in the making of one thing, and then it's good to just step back and be like, okay,
Yeah.
how does this fit into the bigger picture?
And I think we've also got the challenge of having, we had Alt and then we had Anzac Day, and it's kind of been a few weeks now of like things that have been breaking up the flow. So,
Yeah.
when we've only got like 5 days, do this track, move on to the next one, it's very easy to think about it from those broad strokes and just move on. Whereas when it's a lot of time spent on one thing, it's very hard to not lose focus a little bit. So that's just a challenge of being where we're at in production. So as far as like next steps, I would say like, I think this could be 1 minute 30. I don't think it needs to be 2 minutes necessarily. And I think keeping the second half similar to the first half in terms of like just general like levels, like I wouldn't bring the energy up in the second half.
Yeah.
You could maybe go somewhere else, but keep it in the same emotional space. I would keep the second part for a different time. Just for now, just like copy the project, delete the first half from the second project, and keep that as its own second half. And yeah, I don't, after that step, I don't think that there'll be much that I will have to say to give much more definition on this until I've got it in the game testable. And I'm working on that pretty much right now. I'm trying to gray box the rest as much as I can. So yeah, I think after that, like, I don't know if you'll have time between now and Monday, but whenever you do get to the next track, yeah, I think like happy to just move on to the next one after that.
Yep.
Cool. Alrighty. Well, that's all I've got. Any other questions or queries?
Don't think so. Not for now.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks, Morgan. I'll catch you probably Monday.
All right. See ya.
See ya. Big project. Very big project. And this is nothing. This is the project. Each of these is like a level. Like I'll open up the main. Let me show you something that's fun. If we just go like here and then go here and then here and then here. This, look at the world map. So this here is going to be, another one of those is going to be here in terms of the amount of stuff. Picture this, copy it, paste it here. And then again over here. Really, really big game. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, work in progress. Chapter 4, barely in progress. Chapter 5 up here. In fact, I've actually got a completed version here that I worked on the other night, just to block it all in. Okay. Now, where were we? So, I think it's time to do some level design with these features. Both the wind and the plunge moment. I think it's really important. And actually, it might be a good time to do that in Figma first as like lo-fi prototype. Oh, look, I already kind of did that, didn't I? That's the wind. There it is. I'm already way ahead of myself. Okay, so I need to do essentially this, but for the elevator platform. So let's simplify it. So the first one is that. Second one could be like there is a wall here, and then a platform here to jump over to. So you have to sort of like jump off this, like a leap of faith. Do I have I don't have destinations here, but I can do this. Maybe I could do, can I do like a dotted line? I can. Great. And maybe I just do a bit of this. Good enough. Hey, Lathe. Thank you, Taralis. Okay, next. So that's 2. Let's do another one. I like the idea of like a really thin version that like drops you off somewhere like way down. The only challenge is like, oh, maybe like inside of a box. That's kind of cool. But that doesn't really work, does it? Well, maybe. I don't have like one-way platforms that are inverted. This doesn't really exist in the game right now. Let's not do that until we can do that. So what else is this? I suppose we could do like multiple of them, like multiple choice kind of thing. Oh yeah, we could have the wind vents as well. This could just be nothing. The wind vent takes you up, back up to the top. It's fun. I also like the idea of a whole area where there's a big wind vent. It's like the whole level is wind vents. And then maybe there's like the enemy is like up here. Okay, those are all pretty good so far. I kind of can make maps like this. Testing instantly would be hard to do, but yeah, I mean, having like a Mario Maker style level editor would be great. It's not too bad. Unity's pretty good. I've been thinking a lot about like time investment in these things. Like, when do you build a tool to do something versus just suck it up and do it the way that the engine wants you to do it. And honestly, the way I see it is if you can validate an idea like this is okay to double handle. It's okay. It's just an idea, right? These are just ideas. It's not a problem to be formulating ideas on a piece of paper and then build them in the game. It's okay. Because a lot of the time, necessarily, the game is heavier than this. Like, the game is very, what's the word? Building something has like a permanence to it, I find, with game development. And I don't necessarily need to commit time to creating assets. Like, prototypes are okay, because I'm just playing with ideas. So giving myself permission to not put this in the game and just play with ideas as an exercise mentally, I think is a good thing. Now, what could be cool is maybe there's a version of this. Do we also allow rocks to be pushed onto these things? Maybe there are like actual puzzle elements here. I don't know. I hadn't really thought about that. Certainly, if we want to do puzzling, this is one of the ways we're going to do it. And particularly, oh man, if we can get an enemy that's fat to step on one of these things and change it for the player. Like, there's a gap that you need to cross, but the only way you can cross it is if you can... What's the idea here? It's like... You want to... Ooh. Well, I'll do this idea first. I got a few ideas brewing now. Maybe. There is an idea here of maybe the shell is heavy enough of the enemy. That's a really interesting idea. But then you need to be able to move the shell on purpose. I'm not like against that idea. I think we need a way to move it around though. Maybe the fire ability could push it. That's getting into a whole different universe. Not out of the question, but... Oh. Dude, what is this track called? This is Mifa's Court? Why does it sound so nice? I never heard this track before. I mean, I've heard it here millions of times, but like in the game, I don't remember it. All right. What? What do I call that? There's something else here of like, if this had like a shape to it. Or even just, hang on a second. Let's simplify this. It doesn't even need all this stuff. This could just be like this. I don't know why I would need to do this. I'm trying to think about why, like, if this is like in the way or something. Like, imagine if it was like this. Well, that's 6. I mean, 6 is certainly enough. How neat's that, huh? I love the way I can do layouts in Figma. It makes me so happy. Just being able to go, got a bunch of things. Now they're laid out nicely in a grid. Yeah, I kind of want to avoid MacGuffins, but I might need them. Like, you need to pick up this thing so you can move it across here. Maybe in a dungeon, just in a dungeon. Out in the overworld, probably not. But maybe in a dungeon we could do something where there's like a heavy thing you're trying to move around from place to place. Avoid them, mostly because it keeps the game cohesive if all of the problems that you solve are in like one kind of thing. Also, like, I don't have mechanics for like picking objects up. I don't have mechanics for pushing things around. I don't have mechanics for like object permanence. So like having an object be in a room and not in a different room, and then you leave the game and then you come back and it's still in the first room. I don't have that in yet. So there's a lot of like extra features I'd need to scope creep in order to do that kind of puzzle, unless it was just in the one room. But that's, you know, it's just like world state being managed by a specific object is something I don't have in it yet. Even like enemy AI, it's like, it's a lot of that's pretty complicated stuff. Like, I could do, everything's possible, but I want to solve problems within the realm of game that I'm already making, you know? I don't need to make the game a different game. So, what else can we do? Let's keep thinking. If it was object-based, I could send an object up in the elevator by putting it on the elevator, but you can't really do that. Well, I don't want to do that. Maybe some other things in the game. So like the wall ride walls. The problem is that it resets. So there's no like They are one way only, correct. They go down when you push them down, and they spring back up when you walk away. Could it be something where like you approach from one side and you have to send it down? And then when you get off it, the same elevator means something different on the other side. The same platform. Could even do something like this. Ooh, that's interesting too. If it's a different shape, you could do something where you push it down from here and you get a different result than if you push down from here, because you're in a different spot. Oh. Yeah, I have to do it this way. If I don't do it this way, there's no other way to quickly just like get a sense of an idea. I find I get very I end up spending too much time making them look pretty in the engine. So what if I have something that's like this? I also know how to use Figma very well for this kind of thing. Like, I feel like I can play with the ideas faster. This is Figma. And that's not a joke. That's actually what it's called. So what if from up here like that. Thank you so much. Yo, if you haven't already, please wishlist. Wouldn't the one edge run into the wall though? It can. It can go behind it. It's not a big deal. I mean, I could also just do this if I really wanted to. Yeah, it could also be an L block, that's true. Unfortunately, though, here there's like a better and a worse. Maybe you could do instead a C shape. How about that? Thank you so much, Ludvef. Hey, Psionical Laboratory. It's going well. I think I would get confused if this was like a time thing if I didn't put something like this here. It's so trippy. I wonder if there's like a different version of this where I make the difference between this and this. This is for Insignia. The difference between this and this could be just that, I wonder. Then A would just put you back where B is. Maybe there's something I could do there. A lot of this is like asking the question, could you see all of this in one screen in Insignia? Maybe not. That might be too hard. But now we're at like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 is a lot, I think. Yeah, circuits. The only problem with that is these things release when you step off them. So it would have to be something that would it would be okay, it would have to be okay that it reset. It works like this. Yeah, the rock idea works too. That's true. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, it could be a really big button. It could be that it's just a big button. Okay, let's do it at least once. At least one of them. It's kind of not even... I'm trying not to introduce like new concepts into the game, like conductivity. Like that's a whole video game on its own. You know what I mean? And it is okay to do like, again, themed dungeons is fine. But electricity isn't like the theme of the current dungeon that I'm working on, so that's something I have to be careful about. It's a button. It's a button, chat. Okay. So many options here. There's also like the option of mixing and matching like the red walls in here, which I don't really have much doing yet. Hello.
Hello. What's that stuff?
Yeah, could you leave that door open? What's happening?
I'm gonna get some
Chips.
What
Alright.
kind do you want?
Crinkle cut.
Why do you want to crinkle?
I don't know. It's just what my brain said.
Okay.
What were you thinking?
Well, I was going with like
Steak
something
chips?
more. I would never ever suggest steak chips.
Fries.
I was. Can you let me finish my sentence?
Curly fries? All right, what? Go on.
I was gonna suggest something more adventurous, like curly fries or potato jams.
I already. And potato gems are more adventurous than
Yes.
fries. Based on what metric?
The shape and size.
Whatever you want. How about that? Let's keep it easy. Whatever you like. I'm open to it.
Maybe I'll just get crinkle.
No, get your potato gems. Whatever you want.
Maybe I'll get both.
All right. Alrighty, I'm gonna take a break and then we'll wrap up the last 40 minutes of this stream. See you in a bit. Okie dokie. We're back. Do we want to work on anything else today? I'm feeling kind of tired, man. I'm sort of not really... My go-go juice is flatlined. I guess now the goal would be G Fuel energy crystals. Energize me. Okie dokie. So. I think I need a strategy for like how I'm going to limit what's here. Because I certainly want to be able to explore all of this, but not in chapter 2 exclusively. So maybe, I guess the goal would just be like make a level. Just make some levels that require you to do stuff. And let that be that. I think that's all I can do, really. Try to keep it in the theme of the level. So the themes of the level are, I mean, nature. There was a vague anti-gravity theme at one point. There's this acid rising in the temple, which is bad. The need to go down is interesting. We're trying to go down into the subterranean space. So gating that with an ability is an interesting one. That's important. Is there a central mechanism here? Maybe. Is there... I think we have to do like... I don't know what we call it, like environmental level design. Oh, geez. That's a lot of money. What the heck? Where did that money come from? Who paid me this? Oh, Jesus, I scared myself. I thought I didn't see a decimal place. Hey, probably Taylors. Welcome. Taylor says, "What's this?" When you say "What's this," you mean "What's this?" I saw a number come in my bank account and I didn't see the decimal point, so it looked like it was 4,950 or something like that. But it wasn't. It wasn't that. I just paid myself from PayPal. It was a few $100s. Okay. From Twitch subscriptions and stuff. Okie dokie. So yeah, this is it's an editor that I wrote with a friend for Unity it's called Scene Graph, and it's just a list of all of the scenes in my game in a big graph so that I can create a world map out of them and see my game. Oh, pardon me. All right. So maybe we go back to this, not this, this, and have a look and see how we want to use this. Yeah, good points. Okay, so is this... That's Ned's crucible, and that's blue. And we don't... Or do I make it blue? Maybe. Or do I make this different? Make this Ned's. Good question. No answer. I think I wanted it to be something like... Well, let's look at the chapter. You go through here, down here. Can't go down there, can't go forward. We go up. We go right. We learn an ability. Or we don't learn the ability until we come back here. I think that's what I wanted to do. This is starting to become... And I think I need to sequence this out. Yeah. So... That's fine. And then when do we get the yellow one? I think this becomes mandatory at this point. Let's go back here and look at it. So turn away, fall asleep, dream sequence, awoken, zone gameplay, introduce Hithen, turn away gay people, let in, lead audience with Gallia, taken in by Ned. Ethan, that's where we get this. This is main quest now. And we get yellow here? How did I decide that? This is not yellow, this is red. But we definitely do need suppose we could get the ability beforehand. That's possible. Okay. I don't know why that would carry the player though to another Crucible. How am I funding this game? Good question. For the first 5 years, I funded it by doing grants. Not by doing grants, by doing contracts. And I had some savings saved up. And then by year 6, I needed to take on some grant funding, which I applied for and was awarded from the government. Then last year, up until now, I basically just through my business, collaborations and sponsorships and streaming and YouTube, I managed to pull together enough to keep the game going. And now I've taken on a little bit of contract work. We're kind of in like free fall. The Oz government gives grants many for video games. Yeah, you can get like $100,000 from the Australian government. You can get 130 if you're in New South Wales. Am I eligible for any other screen grants? I don't think so. Unless I moved to another state, I don't think there are any others that would be available to me. Am I consulting to any dev studios? Am I doing consultation work for any game studios? Like, if a game studio wanted to bring me on as a consultant, maybe. Are you interested? I have done that in the past. I wouldn't mind doing it. The tough part here is that it generally tends to be quite, it's expensive and time consuming to do that. Like, as in, it would be expensive for you and time consuming for me, but depending on what it is, like, I'd be happy to give you advice and direction and whatever. How many would you like expect to pay, an hourly rate or per contract? So I think I need to solve where do we get this yellow crucible? Where does that live? And in chapter 2 right now, I don't know if I have it. I've got it as like this random room here, but that's green, right? The next yellow is not even here yet, so I literally don't have it in the game right now at all. Only 2 of us, avid viewers, open to whichever you prefer. Okay, what's like, is there a rate? What is like the total amount of money you would want to spend on that kind of consultation? Like over the course of like the whole development of your game? Just back of the napkin stuff. What's like the order of magnitude? It might help us. Unless, I mean, you feel free to like send me an inbox, to send me like an email or a Discord message. No worries. It's cool. All right. So, I mean, this is fine. My my concern is, so in the story, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to figure out where the abilities go in this chapter. The first ability is here, which you get right now. It's like after the first, there's like a whole loop of this area that you do before getting any abilities. Then you go to the town, and the town sends you on a quest back out here, and you get the first ability. From there, I don't have an easy way to fast travel back to here. And so I could swap it so that you get the first ability here, and then you can run over here and fast travel back later. That feels convenient. However, it would also be really cool to have this be a third ability that you can't get until the 5th chapter here. Though that's not, particularly relevant right now. It might be more important to put it here now. All this yeah. Do you need to have an ability to fast travel in every part of the game that you can fast travel to and from right now is a site where there was an anvil, and where that anvil was a crucible. Like, this is a fast travel point. This is where is it? This is a fast travel point here. This is a fast travel point here. So the fast travel points are there. They're supposed to be like the extremities of the map. Hey, Bunix. Bunkus? Bunsis? I don't have a list. Most of them are self-created. I mostly made them myself. So it's always helpful to have one crucible that's near like a hub location, like somewhere around the middle of the map, and then a couple that are like spokes out on the edges. And because I've only got 4 per chapter, with one of them being, like in this chapter, one of them is like a gem ability, which is like a special ensign that gets like installed into the sword that you get to keep. So the gem is going to be like here. I don't really have a reason to let you teleport back there. It's just there. Maybe I can put another anvil somewhere else, or it could be that you have to come back to Ned's workshop to assign that crucible. Interesting. I haven't thought about that. I don't know if this will take you away. Maybe I'll make a crucible here and you just do it here. So I guess what I'm saying now is I'm realizing that maybe I need more space here to put an ensign and a crucible here. Yeah, I do the room connections here in the tool. Yeah, exactly. So the way it works is in the levels, we have doors. That's a door, that's a door. So this is a door, right? And the door has an object on it, a thing called a scene link, which is, let me just collapse all these up. That's a scene link component. And then the graph detects the scene link component and creates a little diamond. And then you can drag that diamond, you can drag that diamond anywhere else to make the connection go there. So in this case, I drag it there, and then I go into the game, and then I can walk to the other scene link in that other room that way. That's how it works. So Yeah, like if I wanted this to go there. There you go. Forgot about this ability. It's like an ability that stores energy the more you go away from your body. It's like a slingshot in that direction. It's cool, right? Anyway. But this is supposed to go here. And that is supposed to go there. So, yeah, the plunge stuff, I mean, the trouble is that, actually, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. I think I just need, like, some level design here that has more of that stuff in it. And then there's, like, a deeper question of, like, is there a way that I can sort of skirt? Yeah, no, I think it has to be a layer like here. I think there's like levels here that need to exist that push you up to here. And then I could put the wind, the air vents here and here and here. That'll probably work. Yeah, and then like something here, something there, something there. Yeah. There needs to be a crossroads. I think this is no good. Have you looked up the Hindu cities? They are superpowers that yogis can allegedly attain. That's kind of interesting. No, I've never heard about that. So it could be that I have to put something like here even, that is like a crossroads. The only problem is we're kind of at like a forest floor at this point. Maybe I just let it go. I just keep going down. Okay, so like it's a scene here essentially that's a big crossroads. Okay. I'm also like quite concerned about this scene. I feel like there's a few scenes that like have no identity that deserve to be scrutinized. Like this one needs to be scrutinized. This one needs zounds. Zounds. That one needs to be scrutinized. Definitely this one. And then maybe like something here that then this gets attached to. And then maybe the hideout is attached to the gate exterior. I think that feels a bit better. Then this goes to there. that lives there. Okay. Maybe there's a quest here. Yeah. I don't know about this red line though. What's that all about? It shouldn't be red, it should be just grey. Hey Venvenerates, welcome. Do you begin the game with a fast travel tutorial and ability, or do you pass those sites early and only get the ability to fast travel when you hit the big story beat causing you to fast travel? That's it. Causing you to backtrack. Yeah, the way that I've got it in the first chapter is you do a lot of running around and then you get fast travel to allow you to backtrack quickly. Because fast traveling without the ability, like, and this is kind of core to like game design as a thing. First of all, I mean, fast traveling somewhere you haven't been kind of renders all of the space in between a bit useless. So that's, you always want to avoid that. But second of all, you have an opportunity here. There's this thing of like needs and solutions. A tool always feels good if the tool is a solution to a problem, right? Like, let's call them problems. If you just get a tool free and you don't have any reason to like use it yet, it's just like a thing you got, the best thing you can think is neat. You know, that's it. You just go, oh, cool. But if you run into a problem from A to B, that like you're constantly running up against this problem, and then you get to B and then you get the solution to the problem, your brain goes, I can crush through all of this now, right? Or if there's like a bunch of like paths you couldn't go down, you were stuck on this main path, and all of these paths needed this thing that you get at B. Once you get to B, it's like, oh, I can go back and do that thing now. So giving you the fast travel after you've done the hard work, I think is always better. And in my game, it's like the fast travel points are the points where you unlock the abilities. So you kind of have to do it. Actually, I stole it from Zelda Breath of the Wild. It's the same thing. In Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, whenever you do a little temple, that becomes a teleport point. So here, you know, you're specifically unlocking level abilities, like platforming abilities, that then let you go through the levels more easily. And the way that it works is like when you unlock this crucible, this travel point, that's the first one you unlock. You can't use it yet because there's no way to teleport to, but you have the ability. So now you pass through all the areas you've been through at least once. Like the backtracking is kind of implicit just to get to the second one. And then once you get the second one, you can teleport back and forth between these two. So now you can kind of like quickly go back to here and start using the second ability to get to the third one. So it needs to be almost like this. You know, you have the extremities that you pass between and can teleport between. And then the second order stuff, like the places that you really need to use them, are like new places inside of the space, like D, E, F. It's like I had to walk here once, and now I can go into this new territory that I couldn't go into before. That doesn't render the map useless. It just lets me get to the important parts quicker. I don't know how to explain it, but that's kind of like the feeling that I'm trying to chase. So I might put an ability here. So you have areas spawn harder enemies when you progress the story. There will be there's a my game has like a moment. They call it, someone called it an eclipse, like from Berserk. My game has like kind of an eclipse moment where like everything changes. So to a degree, we will have like in the last part of the game, it'll like modify a lot of the space. Where we changed what spawns there, and we add new enemies to let you get to other areas that you couldn't get to before. Like there will be sections that cross between chapters that you just weren't paths before, but now that this enemy exists in that area, oh, I can steal this ability from that enemy and use that to get up to here. That kind of thing. That's the plan anyway. No worries. Yeah. I need to solve this part here. Or maybe not solve it. Maybe it's just like create a rectangle. Let's go to our scene template and use the Ridgelands wet template and call this Cheverton intersection, and just make it. Boom, there it is. It exists. Dude, that was huge for me. That moment, I wrote a little editor like 2 days ago that does this. Being able to just like drop a level in here like that quickly, that's like, I can just work with it. Oh boy, that helps a lot. That was like a really big emotional relief to not have to think too hard about like how I was going to drag this level in, creating a new level environment thing. It just exists. The level just exists. Cool. So like I can add a couple of doors. Door. It should be even easier than that. I might make a version that has like the number of doors, like a T intersection or a corridor. I think I want to do that next. So I'm going to do like a north door. Put these prefabs on right-click menus in the hierarchy. What? These ones down here? I don't know what a right-click menu is. And I don't know what you mean by in the hierarchy. Here? Here? Oh, you mean like a door that's just like in a second panel or something like that. Oh, you mean here? Oh. Oh, that's pretty smart. I hadn't even thought about that. So I was thinking maybe it goes more like this goes to here. This can stay where it is, but I think it needs to be smaller. Yeah, we need to technically be even faster than this. Like as fast as it is right now, it needs to be faster. I used to be caffeine via energy drinks, but I've kind of sworn off that now. Honestly, doing this and then looking for door is not that much faster than literally typing door here and grabbing it. If I'm being super honest. Let's just do that for now. This can go there. I mean, not really. I typed in door and it came up. It's not that crazy. What it would be nice to do would be to have like, I hate that there's no graphic for this. I'd love to make like, in any case, let's not get too caught up in it. I just think like I do a lot of hunting, like even when I'm doing like 2D objects, sprites, that's not that much faster. Something visual would be better. Or I just drag a door from like this. I mean, I could even just lock this and then pin it somewhere if I wanted to. But some kind of like handy dandy list of things would be nice. What I used to do, which it's not impossible to do, is I used to have a prototype where I would put specific like things like this here and that there, and then do this, and that would just make the door be there. It would just install a door at that point in the scene. The only problem is that the scene links would need to not get deleted whenever I re-imported the level, and the scene links right now, I think that they would get deleted. Want to be able to play and enjoy Insignia? You can play it right now on Steam as a demo. Please enjoy the first chapter. Yeah, they were on YouTube. That's all right. Yeah, so I think level templates is the way to go, with entrances designated. So the way that I did this scene template, and I've got level template scene. I think the answer would be to do this and call it like corridor template scene, and then like close that, and now I have that one there, corridor template scene. And inside of corridor template scene, I put 2 doors. And I make this one east and this one west. I need like a simpler door. that one. All right, that'll do for now. And then this template, I guess I would duplicate the template and call it corridor. And then I would go in here and I would do this. And then put corridor here. Take the doors and put them like this. Save it. Go to this thing. Go back to the graph. And can I do this? So let's go back to ruins wet and call it Cheverton corridor. Create the scene. Hey, hey! And I can just do that. Go into this. And I've got a custom map here. I can open the model. I can do this. Ta-da! Can you finish it by tomorrow? I'll let you know. Did you enjoy it? That's not really where the camera is though, is it? I think the zone camera is throwing me off. I am coding the game myself. That's right. So the idea here was that there would be something here and then a crucible. So let's actually delete this door. And for now, let's just put an abandoned workshop here. Then we can put a crucible level here. Am I the artist of Gestalt? No, I'm not actually. You're thinking of, I know who you're thinking of. You're thinking of Cyan Mao. Thomas Feuchtmeyer. Maya? Yeah. This is who you're thinking of. He's great. My game is Insignia, which is different, but equally as good, I think, as Thomas's work. Not equally as good. He's probably better than me. But this is my game. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, I think honestly, if I'm being super honest about appraising my work against Cyan's, I would say he is probably a better pixel artist than I am, but I don't think he's a developer. So I guess I have that over him. If there was some sort of competition. Oh, that's not supposed to be there. Or is it? I don't know what point in the game I was supposed to be at when I played that. Where was that? Chapter 1, Day 2. I suppose it is where I was supposed to be at. Ow. Hello. Oof. Get him. Oof. Anyway. I coded it all from scratch, yeah. Hey, Syracuse. Syracuse? Do you know what we're working on today? We're working on some even cooler stuff. Let me show you some. First of all, if you haven't seen this stream in a while, check this out. This is peak gameplay minus the abilities. Oh, whoa. Come on, I got you. There we go. Ow. No. He's good. He's good, that goddamn cat. Recently, I've been working on a different enemy that gives you a different ability. Lets you do this plunge, which I'm very fond of. And if you take that plunge and you put it like here in the game, you can do all kinds of nonsense. So I'll take that. And I'll take this. And later in the game, you'll be able to do this a little more conveniently. But check this out. the up into the down. Then you can do crazy, crazy stuff like this, into this, into this. It gets a little bit more Kingdom Hearts at that point, but it's fun. Thank you. I did those yesterday. Those are brand new. He's so bulky, this guy. Yes, that's correct. But it's more designed for gamepad. So imagine that's like on a PlayStation controller, that's triangle. So you do the triangle ability, like all the yellow abilities which send you downward are mapped to triangle. All of the green abilities which send you upward, those are all of them send you upward, and all of them are mapped to the jump ability, to the jump button. This ability is another, and it's puzzle stuff too. So like, see how like I killed the plant dropped a green ability, and the snake also dropped a green ability, and I can't have both at the same time. So the ability where the snake was is stuck here. I can get it, but now I have to lose the plant's ability because they're both bound to green. So if I want to be able to run up walls, I need this one. So I can do that, which means I can't do the double jump. And so instead of that big rise, I get a backflip instead, which is just like it's another launcher. They're pretty similar, but like, I wouldn't, with the snake ability, be able to do this and get this chest. So with the double jump, I might have been able to jump a little bit further, but I wouldn't have been able to do this and then that. So it's kind of like, in the level design, there's almost a puzzle. I gotta go, pals. It's been a lovely stream, but I'm a busy boy. Cyan is definitely a better pixel artist than me, by the way. Just saying. I can be as confident as I like, but I know he's better. I do like I think my VFX are pretty good. If I'm, just, I think my VFX are up there. The best VFX pixel artist is Joe Williamson. He's incredible. He's also better than me. And he codes too, so I don't know. He's definitely... Joe is my favorite pixel artist. Let's raid Booyah. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. If you're interested, you should wishlist Insignia. Wishlist source Insignia. I'll catch you all tomorrow. It might be a late stream because I've got a doctor's appointment I need to go to at like 1 p.m. So it might be tough, but I'll catch you all later in the afternoon, okay? Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.